Yeah.
Get here before Councilman Johnson.
Yeah. Testing 1 2 1 2. Hey Larry, can you come up here for a second, please?
These are the ones that I have. Upcoming events. This is the public hearings, the quorum statement, and these are all PowerPoints.
We'll be starting in 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
Okay. This is the remote. Yeah, this is it. So you just hit this button to advance. If you press and hold it, it'll zoom on an area and you can move it around. Okay. Yeah. So are you the first one up?
I don't know if she's the first one.
Okay.
She's holding a presentation.
We have a presentation for. We got.
This is Terry.
Okay. Yeah. Save our Indian River Lagoon. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
So I'll forward that to you right now.
All right. Cool. Copy. Do me a favor. Copy Therese also.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm fairly certain it's already sent to Therese, but I'll send it to her as well.
Yeah. I don't have it.
Just thinking about those last couple things we gotta get over the line.
Okay, we've got 1 minute.
How you doing, sir?
It is 1800 hours. I'm going to call this regular council meeting 2026-18 to order. The invocation will be given by Pastor Jim Campbell of Bay West Church, and Deputy Mayor Jaffe will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All rise.
Would you pray with me? Lord, we thank you so much for all the wisdom you give us, and Lord, we ask for it today. Lord, we pray that you would make information that is true be known and highlighted and obvious. Lord, we pray that you would expose any personal agendas that go against the public good.
Thank you, Father.
Lord, we ask that you would just give all of our people, all the folks who work in our city, for our city, Lord, and especially for our council, that you would give them a singular focus to do their job for the best of the city and the glory of you. Lord, I pray like when Nehemiah was approached by people that would cause drama, and he said, I'm on a great project. I can't go down. I pray none of these men would go down to the level of drama outside of what their job is, Lord. And I pray that they would know exactly what to do and the right decisions to make, and they would see things that they couldn't see on their own without your help. Lord, I pray for every person in here that'll speak at this mic today, Lord, that you'll give them a sense of calm, able to express their ideas and express them well for the good of our city, not just the good of themselves. And Lord, I pray for great business to be done today. In your name, amen.
Amen.
Face the flag. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah! Madam Jones, roll call.
Mayor Medina.
Present.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe.
Present.
Councilman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Hammer.
Present.
Councilman Langevin.
Present.
Mr. Morton.
Present.
Smith.
Present.
Deputy Mayor, announcements?
One term expiring on the Police and Firefighters Retirement Pension Plan Board of Trustees. This represents board elected positions. One vacancy on the Melbourne-Tillman Water Control District Board. Anyone wishing to serve on these boards can apply online at palmbayfl.gov or contact the city clerk's office at 952-3414.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We're now on agenda revisions. Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. I have three agenda revisions tonight. First, under item number 1, consent, consideration for the use of federal funds for utility easements. We're asking to postpone that. I do not have a date that it will come back. The applicant for item number 1, under public hearings, has requested that case CP 25-0004 be continued to November 19th, the regular council meeting. That is public hearing number 1 for the project at the southeast corner of Treeland Boulevard and San Felipe Drive. And also the applicant for item number 6.
One second. Let's take that one at a time. I need a motion.
You need on the consent item first?
We're talking about public,
So just-
the public hearing. I think he removed the consent item.
Okay. I'll make a motion to move public hearing item number 1 to November 19th.
I'll second it.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Langevin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. Carry on.
The applicant for item number 6, under public hearings, has requested that case FD 25-0002 be continued to September 3rd, which is the regular council meeting. This was the resolution amending and revising design guidelines for Emerald Lakes West Phase 2 Final Development Plan.
Okay, gentlemen, I need a motion.
Make a motion to move public hearing item number 6 to September 3rd, 2026.
I'll second.
I got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Langevin. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. So anyone in the audience looking or came in for public hearing number 1, we have moved that to November 19th. And also public hearing number 6, we've moved that over with a time frame for September 3rd. Okay, Madam Smith, any revisions?
No, sir.
Madam Jones.
Thank you, Mayor. An ordinance providing for a referendum election has been added as item 4 under new business.
Thank you, ma'am. Council members, any revisions? Seeing none. Again, I want to repeat, public hearing number 1 will be in November. Public hearing number 6 will be in September. Okay, we are now on proclamations and recognitions. Councilman Johnson, I'm going to move the order around here. I'm going to have you start off with Mangrove Day. Thank you.
Do you have a representative for Mangrove Day? Yeah, nice to meet you. Nice to meet you, ma'am. All right. Notice and proclamation of Mangrove Day, July 26, 2026. It is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the city of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, that whereas mangroves are a keystone species and an iconic feature of Florida's coastal ecosystem, and whereas mangroves provide critical habitat for native Florida wildlife, including at least 220 species of fish, 181 species of birds, 24 species of reptiles and amphibians, and 18 mammal species. And whereas throughout Florida, 75% of sport and commercial fish species rely on mangroves. Both recreational and commercial fishing industries represent a massive economic benefit to the state's economy in the Indian River Lagoon region. Recreational sport fishing was valued at more than $9.2 billion, and commercial fishing recorded at estimated $197 million in landings in 2020. And whereas mangroves provide more than $50 billion in coastal protection services by acting as natural barriers during extreme weather events, safeguarding private and public lands. And whereas root systems of mangroves can trap sediments and pollutants, absorb excess nutrients, and filter heavy metals and wastewater before they make their way into the Indian River Lagoon. And whereas Florida's mangroves population has declined to a fraction of its historic levels because of deforestation, development pressures, and severe weather impacts. And whereas many residents of Florida and the Indian River Lagoon region may not understand the ecosystem and economic value that mangroves provide to their community. And whereas communicating the importance of mangroves and their valuable contribution to Florida's way of the wildlife can encourage public awareness of iconic species. And whereas Floridians have an opportunity to help contribute to the restoration of mangrove ecosystems by donating propagules? Thank you. Propagules, that's a new one, to mangrove nurseries, undertaking safe and legal mangrove trimming practices, and even installing mangroves along their shorelines, and thus further compounding the ecosystem services and economic benefits to the state of Florida. Now, therefore, I, Kenny Johnson, on behalf of Mayor Rob Medina of the City of Palm Bay, by virtue of authority said office, do hereby proclaim July 26, 2026 as Mangrove Day.
Hi, y'all. Just wanted to say a few words about mangroves. My name is Brooke Blosser. I am the Science Communication and Outreach Coordinator at the Marine Resources Council, based right here in Palm Bay, Florida. Just a show of hands, raise your hand if you've heard of the Marine Resources Council. Yeah. All right. So for those of you that are new to the Marine Resources Council, we are an environmental nonprofit, and our mission is the Indian River Lagoon and preserving the lagoon for future generations. There are a lot of organizations that work on that, but we focus specifically on mangrove restoration, which is why we're here today accepting a proclamation for Mangrove Day. The mangrove ecosystem is one that we are incredibly lucky to have here in our Florida coastlines. As we heard in the proclamation, the economic services that mangroves provide is over $50 billion in coastal protection, especially to our shorelines, and over $9 billion in commercial and recreational fishery. I sure like to eat fish, and I'm sure many of us do as well, and so we have a mangrove to thank for that. I bet many of us are wondering, how can we help the mangroves here in Florida? And I would implore you to do two things: stay informed and get involved. There are many organizations in the area that are doing wonderful work to restore the ecosystems of the Indian River Lagoon. If you would like to get involved, you can find us on social media, you can find my email, or please come visit us at the Ted Moorhead Lagoon House. We do offer tours on the second Saturday of the month. I would also implore you to stay informed. Mangrove trimming practices are allowed on your private property, and we also encourage anybody who has lagoon front property to plant mangroves if you can. You would further be compounding those ecosystem services. And of course, you can come get some mangroves at the Marine Resources Council Palm Bay Nursery, where we have many mature mangroves ready to be planted. So thank you so much to the City of Palm Bay for supporting this proclamation and for supporting our efforts as a city property at the Ted Moorhead Lagoon House. So thank you so much.
You guys want to get up? Get up, little Susie. Oh, we go, hey.
They're gonna come to us.
Yeah, we gotta come this way.
Yeah, I think you've been here.
Yeah.
What's up, bro? Oh, I've been several times, yeah. Thank you. I donated the rain barrels.
I'm going to call up Grace Marie, Smith and her team. Is your team here, or are you just by yourself today, Grace? Bring your team up. Come on up. Really appreciate it. God bless you. God bless you. Bring them up. Is that it?
Maybe, sorry,
I thought, yeah.
the rest of them are missing today.
They're not part of it?
Those are family and friends.
They're part of your team.
Come on up.
They're part of your team. So we're recognizing Grace Marie Smith. It is hereby recognized by the mayor of the city of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, whereas community safety education plays a vital role in protecting lives and preparing individuals to respond effectively during emergencies. And whereas Grace Marie Smith, owner of Mellow Care LLC, Prevention is the Key, has dedicated more than 15 years to providing CPR, first aid, OSHA, and F.MOT safety training across the United States and within our local community. And whereas Ms. Smith has developed a comprehensive safety preparedness program designed to teach children essential life-saving skills, including recognizing emergencies, performing CPR and first aid, calling 911, and understanding how to respond while awaiting emergency personnel. One of the keys are you don't panic. I would certainly hope we all know that. And whereas she has authored educational books that focus on emergency preparedness and safety, particularly designed to serve autistic children and adults. And whereas, just so that you know, the month of April is observed as Autism Acceptance Month, raising awareness, understanding, and support of those individuals on the autism spectrum. Now, therefore, I, Rob Medina, mayor of the city of the Palm Bay, which is the greatest city on the face of the earth, by virtue of authority of the said office, do hereby recognize Grace Marie Smith and ask all our citizens in the city of Palm Bay to join in recognizing Grace Marie Smith for her outstanding contributions to community safety education, her dedication to promoting preparedness, inclusion, and awareness, and I encourage the citizens of Palm Bay to join me in celebrating this occasion and in recognizing Ms. Smith's continued efforts to educate, to protect our community through training and writing. In witness hereof, I set my hand and cause the seal of the city of Palm Bay to be affixed this 16th day of July. Grace, come on up and greet our constituency. Congratulations. Yeah, thank you. That's for you.
Thank you. Honorable Mayor Rob Medina, Deputy Mayor Mike Jaffe, distinguished members of the City Council, and the wonderful Palm Bay community. First and foremost, I stand here tonight before you to give glory, honor, and praise to my God. It's my God, I'm just saying. It is solely by His grace, His strength, and His divine guidance that I have been privileged to serve. He placed a calling on my heart, and every single day for the 15 years journey have been guided by His hand. I am deeply humbled and incredibly grateful to receive this official proclamation, to be recognized right here in the city we call home, Palm Bay, Florida. It is a profound honor that I do not take this lightly. This milestone would not be possible without the extraordinary network support. My deepest gratitude goes to my loving family, my dear friends, and my passionate team from Mellow Care LLC, where prevention is the key and knowledge is power, which fuels our work every day, every single day. I also want to extend a very special, heartfelt thank you to my dear friend and supporter, Bonnie Jacobson, whose championed heart and constant encouragement helped bring this beautiful moment to light. At Mellow Care LLC, we believe that community safety is not just a service, it's a shared responsibility. Whether in our homes, our schools, hospitals, or our streets, we are dedicated to empower every citizen. from teaching our youngest children how to confidently call 911, preparing our seniors, and providing specialized, tailored safety material to autistic individuals. Our goal is to build a community where absolutely no one is left behind. True safety is inclusive. This proclamation is not just a recognition of the past, it's a spark of the future. Today, we renew our commitment to making Palm Bay a safer, stronger, and more prepared haven for everyone. Thank you, Mayor Medina, Deputy Mayor Jaffe, council members, and Palm Bay. May God continue to bless, guide, and protect our beautiful city.
I love the way she proclaims God. Isn't that great? Freedom of religion here in the city. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Come on, let's all pose for a picture. How you guys doing? You want to come down on this one or?
Y'all are really in rare form tonight. What is happening? I love it, though. No, this is awesome. Yep. No, this is good. I like the energy.
I love to see the Parks and Rec team just come and flood this lectern. I think this is your cue. Look at this great team. Wow, we're all really proud of you. All really proud of you. Come on up. Don't be shy. We love to stretch folks and get them out of their comfort zone. It is Park and Recreation Professionals Day. It is hereby proclaimed by the mayor of the city of Palm Bay, whereas our parks and recreation are vitally important to establishing and maintaining the quality of life in our communities, ensuring the health of all citizens and contributing to the economic and environmental well-being of a community and region. And whereas parks and recreation programs build healthy, active communities that aid in the prevention of chronic diseases, provide fitness and athletic opportunities for all ages, and also improve the mental and emotional health of all citizens. And whereas parks and recreation programs increase the community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas parks and recreation professionals help to maintain strong communities, provide opportunities for outdoor activity, and ensure access to safe and enjoyable spaces. And whereas parks and natural recreation areas improve water quality, and we'll be hearing a little bit about that soon, protect groundwater, prevent flooding, improve the quality of air we breathe, provide vegetative buffers to development, and produce habitat for wildlife. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the City of Palm Bay supports the dedicated work of parks and recreation professionals and volunteers who offer recreation programs for all ages and ensures that parks and public spaces remain clean, safe, and welcoming. Now therefore, I, Ron Medina, Mayor of the City of Palm Bay, by virtue of that authority of said office, do proclaim July 17th as Parks and Recreation Professionals Day in the City of Palm Bay, and urge all our citizens to actively participate in parks and recreation activities, support programs that work toward creating healthy communities and improve the well-being of our city as a whole, and appreciate the hard work performed by our parks and recreation professionals. In witness hereof, I set my hand and cause the seal of Palm Bay to be affixed this 16th day of July 2026. Who's going to come up and speak? Is that Steve?
This one.
It's
Here.
Haley.
Oh, this one, Steve, it's this one. If you need to do that one, not that quick.
Alrighty. Oh, is it that one? All right. Well, thank you, Mayor, Honorable Council, for taking the time to recognize Parks and Recreation Professionals Day, which I decided was a month. So I have the honor of serving as Palm Bay Special Events Coordinator for about 2 years this August. In that time, I've had the privilege of working with our varying departments, community partners, and local organizations to provide countless memorable experiences for our community. Though our Parks Division Manager, Josh Hudak, and their director couldn't be here today, I wanted to take a moment to share some of the Parks and Facilities accomplishments as well. So over the past year, Parks and Facilities has completed and advanced several major capital improvements. They have significantly enhanced the city's park system, utilizing community development block grants and funding. Parks and Facilities has completely revitalized Driscoll Park, including the installation of new ADA accessible sidewalks to improve the access to these park amenities. There's also been a complete restroom renovation over at the Turkey Creek Sanctuary, as well as the construction of 2 new basketball courts. And at Liberty Park, we are also in the process of the installation of 8 new dugouts, in addition to the construction of a multi-use court, approximately 900 linear feet of new sidewalks, and a parking lot improvement as well. These projects, in addition to the collaboration from the Turkey Creek Sanctuary volunteers, have also provided 450 linear feet to our boardwalk of Turkey Creek Sanctuary. The volunteers also helped us install the volunteer butterfly garden at Turkey Creek Sanctuary, so I hope you all have the chance to take some pictures out there. These parks projects demonstrate the city's commitment to improving park infrastructure, expanding accessibility, and providing high-quality recreation facilities for the community. From our Parks and Maintenance Division, we do have several Parks employees that have amazing milestones. As you can see, members of our team have over 20 years of experience. We're so grateful to have them. Some of our top ones on the leaderboard here. We've got Ron Bolt. He's got 37 years. Tina Marie Alexander with 28 years. And of course, Bob Greenfield with 25, followed closely by Juanita Barden with her 23 years of service. Much obliged to our lovely Parks and Facilities team who continue to do these infrastructure projects often unseen. On the recreation side, we continue to serve our community through classes, swim lessons, camps, open gym sessions, and overseeing our Turkey Creek Sanctuary. These teams offer life-saving educational efforts with aquatic safety, nature interactions through things like our Let's Talk About Snakes classes, and demonstrating action and safety in collaboration with our Palm Bay Fire Department at our world's largest swim lesson. Some other activities we have include our senior classes, Bone Builders. We have our pickleball mixers and events, as well as our Breakfast with the Bunnies, spring and summer fun camps, and lots of other amazing programs that we have at all of our community centers. On our special events side, we continue to offer free signature events such as our Independence Fireworks Celebration, which we just celebrated the 250th Independence Day celebration. We also have Fall Fest, our holiday light parade, in which we attract over 6,500 in-person attendees and 25,000 spectators from the surrounding areas. Our Turkey Creek 5K also broke an attendance record with over 400 racers in attendance, and we've added semi-formal ticketed events like our father-daughter dance and Valentine's Gala, which allow these families to enjoy opportunities to fund additional events and programs within our community. Also, we have employees with milestones for our recreation department. I do want to acknowledge the retirement of Mr. Troy Cox and Mr. Randy Detweiler. Both were valued members of our team, which put in decades of service, and so for them, we are extremely grateful. We also have a pretty impressive leaderboard ourselves, with Scott up here with 20 years of service. We also have Will, Andy, and Emily, as well as Tracy, all putting in 10 years of service this year. I do want to acknowledge all of those people for stepping up and assisting us in our recreation department. Obviously, we also have the amazing Katie and Lisa with their 5 years of service, so I just want to thank them. I also want to acknowledge our business sponsors, those that were able to contribute monetarily, as well as those that were able to provide in-kind services. These people have helped us provide experiences, raffle prizes, awards, things like that to enhance the experience of the guests that attend our events. We could not offer the experiences that we do without them, so we are extremely grateful for them. I do want to say, as our community continues to face difficulties such as economic pressure, a rise in the fentanyl crisis, a turbulent national climate, and a lot of other things that we tend to deal with here in our park services, these professionals behind me provide important services that are important now more than ever. The City of Palm Bay is able to create a safe place for its residents of all walks of life to experience fitness, fun, and friendship in ways that transcend our perceived differences or limitations. Though there's always room for growth, our recreation and parks facilities teams are committed to being informative, helpful, and customer service driven with our community partners and our fellow organizers. This allows us to continue to expand upon the services to our community with your time, ingenuity, and willingness to collaborate. I do want to acknowledge that we are going to be having our Community Outreach Day on August the 1st at the Ted Whitlock Community Center from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. We hope to see all of you there, as we will be collecting feedback and generating excitement for upcoming seasonal events. Thank you so much for all of the time that you have allotted me today and allowing us the opportunity to recognize the amazing work that each and every one of these amazing individuals has done, seen and unseen. And thank you again for your time, Council.
Just wanted to take this opportunity. We did have an individual that didn't make that list, but he had a break in service. So he has total of 19 years with the city, but his break in service included 9 years with Brevard County Parks. And I know that's because I was part of the county back in those days. So let's all just line up and take a photo. Come on. You guys want to come down, or you better off there? Whatever you.
There's a lot of us down
here.
Yeah, it's a little
I just wanted to afford that. Get closer. Don't be shy, Keely. I'm not going to bite you. Come on, guys. Oh, there she goes. I'm looking over here. Why'd you move? Okay. Emily.
Emily's trying to hide.
Thank you, guys.
She's so bubbly. Kaylee's so funny. She's cracking me up.
It's called Vance the Green.
All right, now we are on presentations, and Mr. Morton. I do see Brevard County is here.
Yes, we have one presentation tonight. Get to the right page, we'll be in good shape. We have Terry Breeden, Brevard County Environmental Service Supervisor, Save Our Indian River Lagoon SOIRL program. Thank you for being here tonight.
Hey, Miss Terry. I made a mistake. Thank you so much. I typically always fix the microphone, but you want to acknowledge your partner?
Yes, I'm here with my director, Virginia Barker. She's
Who?
of Natural Resources, Virginia Barker of
Yes.
the Brevard County Natural Resources Department.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And I believe Virginia is a Palm Bayer? Yes, yes, and just wanted to clarify that. She's the director of Brevard County what, ma'am?
Natural Resources.
Thank you, ma'am, thank you. For how many years?
I've been there 30 years.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Terry, carry on.
You're very welcome. All right, so my name's Terry Bruden, and I am the program manager for the Brevard County Save Our Indian River Lagoon program. So between 2010 and 2016, our area began experiencing some devastating algae blooms that led to extensive fish kills, unusual mortality events with our dolphins and manatees, and ultimately the loss of our seagrass beds. So everyone was very upset about these events and demanded action. So the Save Our Indian River Lagoon program was put on the ballot in November of 2016 and approved by voters of every precinct to invest in a cleaner, clearer, and safer lagoon. That tax is collecting approximately $580 million over a 10-year period through December of this year. And we've developed a mission of restoring the Indian River Lagoon through collaborative science-based projects which reduce and remove pollution to benefit our community, economy, and our natural resources. We have over 400 projects in the plan, and to date, we've completed 136 of those and over 2,600 homeowner projects. So the lagoon is something that we all care about. It's the identity of Brevard and one of the main reasons why we all live and work here. In 2025, the National Estuary Program conducted an economic evaluation of the Indian River Lagoon, and this report estimates that the lagoon generates over $28 billion in spending, $14 billion in local GDP, $8.3 billion in wages, and nearly 130,000 jobs. And this is lagoon-wide from New Smyrna on down. But this does take into account the space industry, which is largely in Brevard County. So as I mentioned, we have over 400 projects in the plan. We do have annual reports. We're going to leave some up front, and I'll give some up there. But this is a brief summary of our over 300-page manual, you could call it, of the plan. It's highlighting all of the 14 different project types, how many are completed, where we're at, the nutrient reduction for each of those different project types. So in Palm Bay, Sorrel funds have helped complete the upgrades to the water reclamation facility, 426 sewer connections, 43 septic upgrades, and the Bayfront Stormwater Project. And currently underway, we have the Palm Bay Zone A septic to sewer project. The sewer available not connected, we call it the SANK project. And there's also 43 sewer connections under contract and another 62 septic upgrades underway in the city of Palm Bay alone. And all of that together is over $15 million in projects. So with all of these projects, we like to make sure they're working. So this slide shows some of the pre and post data for the different project types. The first one on the left is the Palm Bay Water Reclamation Facility. So you can see nutrient levels were near 30 milligrams per liter in the before completion of this project, and now it's closer to 8. In the middle, we have the Indian River Isles Septic to Sewer Project. This was in the Suntree area and connected these homes to sewer. Groundwater concentrations for total nitrogen were around 8 milligrams per liter pre-construction, and post-construction it's closer to 2. And then the last one on the right is the Ogallie River Muck Dredging Project. This is measuring the bloom severity index, and that had a bloom severity index of close to 100 pre-construction. Post-construction, it was about 25. So we can see that all of these projects have measurable impacts on the lagoon. So we started this program in early 2017 and have been making progress every year. A lot of the projects take significant design and engineering, permitting to get started, and then construction. So over the last 5 years, we've made significant progress in our total nitrogen reduction as projects have been completed, and we are now over 1 million pounds cumulatively. We're also using the satellites that fly over us every day to collect chlorophyll data to determine how harmful algal bloom response in the lagoon. So we create weekly reports with this data, and this is all of the years since the sorrel program has started. So you can see between 2016 and 2020, we were still experiencing some significant algae blooms. But since then, they have declined and become much less intense. This is the St. Johns River Water Management District's latest seagrass data. This shows the aerial extent for our seagrass beds over, since they started doing this in 1994. We had our highest extent in about 2007, 2009 time period at over 30,000 hectares. And this past year, this data came out a couple weeks ago, 2025 has just over 17,000 hectares of seagrass. So that's a 7,000 hectare increase since the 2023 survey. So we're starting to see an uptick in our seagrass beds. So this is kind of showing all that data I just shared in one graph, so it's a little morphed, but you can see that the two graphs line up for 2016 when we started to see our seagrasses decline as we saw our algae blooms increase. And then now that we've seen a decrease in algae blooms, we're starting to see an increase in our seagrass beds. So in May, the Board of County Commissioners approved the ballot language and ordinance to put this program on the ballot again in November. So we are working with the cities to execute renewal of the current interlocal agreement. I believe that's going to come up on your agenda at your next meeting. And then in August, all of this data is going to be submitted to the Supervisor of Elections to be put on the ballot in November. So we're working with the municipalities and stakeholders to submit projects right now for the 2027 plan update. So we have our project portal open now through September. October, we're going to review all of those projects, then we have the November 3rd election, and then we're going to present all of the projects that are submitted to the Citizen Oversight Committee. What's approved there will go into the 2027 Save Our Lagoon Plan update, which then goes to the Citizen Oversight Committee to approve in January, and then the Board of County Commissioners in February. So then in March, we should be able to start to contract for any of these new projects. So the grand scheme of things, sorrel's working, restoration takes time, and we are starting to see some progress. So we have a ton of information on our website, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Well, ma'am, the very first thing I want to commend you, number one, for coming.
Thank you.
And sharing this presentation, but even moreover, to show not only council, but our community, the success that we've had thus far. It took years to get to where we were, and all the efforts, even with the partnerships with the zoo as well, it's been taking that collaborative effort to get us to this point. And you're right, I think it's not time to remove our foot from the pedal, so to speak. So I commend you and Virginia for all the work you do. I know firsthand Virginia's leadership in all of this. And that's just the information I know because I've been part of this community for over 3 decades. But I have Councilman Johnson that would like to commend you as well and have a question.
Yes, sir, and thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Dr. Barker, for everything. My question, and you're probably already aware, a few years ago, we had a state-funded Turkey Creek feasibility study. And in that study, there were several different projects that we can, enact, but there was a lack of funding. Do y'all have access to that? And if not, providing that, could some of those projects potentially be on the radar for this upcoming fiscal year?
Yes, the projects in the Save Our Lagoon Plan are based on nutrient reduction. So if they're nutrient reducing projects, they could qualify.
Okay. Then, do you already have access to it or not yet?
I believe you mean to the study.
Yeah.
Yes, to the study.
Yeah, and we've met with staff to discuss potential other project ideas as well.
Perfect. All right, never mind. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Thank you so much.
Very welcome.
Really appreciate it.
And I will leave a
Yes,
big
ma'am.
stack
Or
of
you
these
want
up
to bring
there.
some up here so council can have it? I'll distribute it. I'll just take a few for us. And did you want to pass on that presentation to staff so we, Oh, yeah, you could leave the stack and put them up there. Okay. Thank you. It was a pleasure seeing you again, Miss Barker. God bless you. Thank you. So we are now on public comments. Deputy Mayor?
Sheena Wallace.
Good evening, how are you? It's been a long time since I've been to a city council meeting. I gotta let you know, I just like the air of this meeting so much better than the ones I've been to in the past. Unfortunately, I'm here for a reason that isn't so nice. I want to discuss the flock cameras. I have some deep concerns, and I think they need some immediate attention. The reason for that is because there are not only one, but there are two Supreme Court rulings. The difference between U.S. versus Jones and Guthrie versus the United States is that in Guthrie versus the United States, the Supreme Court clearly stated that tracking license plates without a warrant is a Fourth Amendment violation, that the public has a reasonable expectation while they are traveling. Additionally, in Florida, we have the Castle Law, which extends to you while you were in your vehicle, okay? I understand that flock cameras have had some positive results. There's nothing that shows they increase anyone's safety. They do not stop any crime from happening. They're not going to jump off the pole and stop anyone from being assaulted, okay? What they do is Flock Security Incorporated is a global company, okay? A private global company. You can look them up online, Google them. They have offices in Germany, they have offices in Japan, they are global. They are creating a database of our personal information. Are they even installing it, storing it in our country? They are selling our information. To whom? For what purpose? Okay? They told you that the police may only receive pictures of the license plates, and that's fine, but that's all they're sharing with the police. They are taking data off of your car. They are tracking your movements. They are predictive programming your movements throughout the day. They are taking information off of your phones. It's basically a digital assault, okay? Not only is it a Fourth Amendment violation, every time there is a capture, every single time, that is a Fourth Amendment violation. How many times does that happen in the city of Palm Bay alone? 100,000, 500,000 times a day? We're not talking a small liability. This is a massive liability. And I want to know what the game plan is when the lawsuits start rolling in. I mean, are we, as a city, are we going to fight this and think we're going to overturn a Supreme Court ruling? Because how much is that going to cost the public? And how much is every single lawsuit going to cost us? Are we just planning on settling it because taking it to the Supreme Court to win in court doesn't sound like a really reasonable plan? It really doesn't. And I'd really like to see some effort on this.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, before it gets bad.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Attorney, she mentioned two Supreme Court cases. I know that you discussed one in the past. Can you elaborate? Are you aware of these, or could you get back to council?
Mayor, neither of those cases deal with license plate readers. Chattree dealt with the, as I discussed at the last meeting, the geofence warrant. There has been no Supreme Court case, no 11th Circuit Court case, or otherwise that has found that the license plate readers are an unconstitutional violation. So at this point, there is nothing that says that they're illegal. There are people that are attempting to state that they believe Chattree can be analogized to those license plate readers, but there are no cases that have upheld that.
Thank you, ma'am. Councilman Johnson?
Just briefly, ma'am, I will let you know that council is looking into the flock cameras. We're having conversations with our chief of police in regards to the policies and what we can or cannot do. So your voice is being heard, but we're looking into it to see. I can talk with you offline. I'll talk with you offline, but your concerns are heard, ma'am, so.
Does that conclude, ma'am? Is there anything else you wanted to add? No, sir. All right, thank you. Next speaker.
Robert Stice.
Good evening. Robert Stice, 1796 Windbridge Drive Southeast. First of all, the last meeting, I think it was, I just want to acknowledge Gabriel Bowden. I thought that it was a professional and class act to call out all of his individual direct reports and acknowledge that his team's efforts and all of their work. In my experience, and especially when I've been in businesses that I didn't know anything about and had to rally teams, I can tell you right now, the workers really want to be appreciated. That's huge. So I appreciate that, and I hope you do too. In no particular order, with regard to the golf course, I talked to a couple of my residents, and what they told me is don't push a bad position. You know, if the seller of the golf course wants more than what was originally offered, walk away. I appreciate every one of you coming forward and supporting that area, but we don't want to force a bad position or, you know, I hear from the residents that the seller, in my opinion, paid 2.1, and now it's at 10 million. That's a lot of cake, as we say in the streets. The other thing is, I want to follow up with what you said, sir, Councilman Langevin. You know, I had to stop by the appraisal's office today to do some homework regarding to the, you know, my veteran status. And there's like 4 storage units, some big storage facilities right around that area. One of the things you mentioned is, I don't know if it got any anywhere, is that we should have something together that we put in storage units outside residential areas, not along where the lady had said, I'm looking at 2 storage units right here. How many storage units, gas station and car washes does Palm Bay have to have? So let's step out of the box and look at that. And I really like to know, are you able to do something about exactly where they're allowed to be placed from a residential perspective? So thank you, every one of you, for what you've done. I know you've done a lot of hard work with the budget, and rather than hammering you on the head sometimes, I just wanted to take a moment and say thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Brooke Bothan.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for your time in advance. My name is Brooke Bothan, small business owner here in Palm Bay. I want to commend the recreation staff for all what they showed. They've been doing an awesome job, and very grateful to have the opportunity to partner with the city and recreation this summer to support the group swim lesson program. Just wanted to provide some great updates. Ending our summer session on August 5th, we'll have served more than 700 registrations just in the 2 months. Exceeding previous year's total, showing the positive effect on that private-public partnership. I know there's ongoing discussions for the aquatic facility, and just want to recognize that I know that your decisions are made on that broader financial reality, and not because you want to reduce any opportunities. So I appreciate all what you're doing with that, and knowing every department has to make these different identifying cost-saving value measures and all that. But my hope is to simply identify, as you navigate this transition, to continue advancing what is clearly working. Through our organization, Aquatics and Education, we have established our strong partnerships within the city and beyond with the fire department, police, Health First, and Brevard Public Schools, which is also another stakeholder I'm aware of. In addition to the Florida Swimming Pool Association, which is also known as FSPA, they are the leading voice within the state of Florida with a lot of legislation, coding, all that jazz. I just swim in the pools, I don't build them. But they go forward with just advocating for the industry as well as safety. So the conjoining affiliated nonprofits called Florida Swim, so we provide free swim lessons, low-funded swim lessons, as well as I'm on the board of trustees for that, and our local chapter, or Space Coast chapter has expressed their endorsement for potential assisting in the future, and just wanted to acknowledge that. They're great advocates, great resources that know the pools. And I just kindly ask, for the council and staff just to recognize the value of our private-public partnerships, as well as going forward with any other opportunities to assist with strategic operational structures. I know your choices are not easy, and I just want to express my gratitude for the community that you guys are supporting, and thank you for the time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker?
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street, Southwest. I have 4 questions and 2 statements. First question, regarding the purchase of the golf course. Who will be responsible for maintaining the perimeter? That perimeter happens to be 3.6 miles long. Currently, because they don't maintain the perimeter, there's all kinds of code violations that are currently standing. Question number 2. If accidents or criminal activity occur on the defunct golf course, who will be responsible? Will it be the city, the residents, or who? Question number 3. Whose budget will be impacted with the high-ended maintenance of this land while you're trying to decide what to do with it? Question number 4. Could you please explain the process as to how and why we would have to give back impact fees to a developer? Those are my 4 questions. My 2 statements are, look at policy FLU 2.1 Bravo in the 2045 comprehensive plan future land use, right? There are certain things in that directive that are prohibited that you say you're going to do with the land. And statement number 2, last one, you can obtain a lot and maintain a lot strictly by not changing the zoning. Keep the zoning general use, and people are already locked in on what they can and cannot do on that property. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ryan Marcinek.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Ryan Marcinek. I'm a lifelong Brevard County resident and founded my business, Happy Pool and Spa, right up the road off of Jupiter. I was inspired to speak this evening after our Florida Swimming Pool Association meeting this morning. I understand there may not be any decisions made on the aquatic center, but I did want to let you know that myself and my company are available to support the city and this community in any way possible with any kind of private partnership with the public. I grew up in this the community before the Palm Bay Aquatic Center even existed, and seeing our city invest in a facility like this has been something that I've always been proud of. Today, it's a place where children can learn to swim, families spend time together, seniors stay active, and our community comes together. Perhaps most importantly, the Aquatic Center serves families who aren't fortunate enough to have a swimming pool in their backyard. And for many children, this is their only opportunity to be around the water in a safe and supervised environment. And in Florida, that's incredibly important. Drowning is the leading cause of unintentional injury and death in children of the ages of 1 to 4. There's a commercial pool right up the road that my company services, and there was a drowning, accidental drowning in that pool. So having access to a pool that is for the public is incredibly important. My family has a long history of serving the city of Palm Bay with both the fire department and law enforcement. And before I founded this company, I worked in investment banking and corporate finance, advising businesses and local governments across the country on financial and operational challenges. And that's why I believe there may be another path forward. I understand there may not be any decisions that have been made around this, but I wanted to offer the city my services, my time, and my company's time and dime to help support the community, because this is a community. I grew up here, went to St. Joe's, lived here, came back here, so wanted to just offer our services. Because once an asset for the public is gone like this, it's incredibly hard to bring it back. So thank you for your time, your consideration, and here to help.
Thank you, Ryan, and the Marcinic name carries a lot of weight in this city, sir, and I really, truly appreciate all the sacrifices that your family has laid on the foundation of Palm Bay. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Efren Molina.
F. Molina, 828 Fold Avenue, Palm Bay resident. As of May 15th, a Facebook post and more set by a councilman was posted recently. His post does not clearly state the facts and broadly paints a dishonorable image of the genuine concerns of veteran citizens, trivializing their concerns and experiences, referring to them as theatric, emotional, and unfactual. His guidance of legality assumes the officer has committed no infractions, and that is far from the truth, especially given Palm Bay's rising climate of civil rights lawsuits and law enforcement complaints. Political propaganda is used to dehumanize and demean the authentic concern of veteran citizens who honorably serve their nation. Having researched the councilman's post and the laws and charters involved in our state and city, no stones Mike Hammer could not be bothered as to reach out or speak with me and acted unaccountably by his posts as evidence to his infractions. Several amendments protect my rights to speak up about this injustice. I was made to be humiliated before the public to save face once by Matthew Morton, and now again by another councilman. The very notion you dishonor a veteran should show all of us you are unworthy for elections. I recommend the council to read Chapter 112, 317 in the Ethos Code of Conduct for Official Government Employees. Under 112, 3173, his actions can be considered damaging to be a felony. Under Chapter 112, 313, General Rules, if you think it might be wrong, it is. Second rule, don't get yourself in a situation that tempts dishonor. Our 11th Circuit Court opined public officials inherently owe a fiduciary duty to the public to make governmental decisions in the best interest of the public. Chapter 838 deals with the official misconduct of officials. Chapter 839 deals with the misuse and falsifying of records and statements. Chapter 112, Part 3, Article 2, Section 8, a public office is a public of trust. Under 3410 Code of Ethics of Palm Bay also reflects all this. The list goes on, but you have an idea where I'm getting at. As a gentle reminder, I recommend the council to look this over. You may think that I'm up here just causing problems, but circumstances like this infuriates me because I've asked for help, I've asked for accountability, and you still sit here mocking me. I've already set a complaint to the Ethics Committee, so I would like to see the council actually do something rather than just ignoring me. That's all.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Doug Hook.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Doug Hook, 1091 Mariposa Northeast. I just wanted to reiterate what the county was talking about earlier. That was a fantastic presentation from the Sorrel representation. As we all know, 10 years is not a lot of time when we're talking about ecological benefits. So we really do want to move forward and continue on with that Sorrel program moving forward to the future. If there are anyone in the audience who are interested in helping volunteer, there is a nonprofit organization for citizens that can help support the Sorrel program. It is actually called the Brevard Indian River Lagoon Coalition. Just this past week, I believe it was the 7th of July, during rush hour, we were at the corner of Palm Bay Road and Babcock Street, waving some signs and trying to get some support for it. There are events like that that are going on throughout all of Brevard County that are hosted by the Brevard Indian River Lagoon Coalition. If anybody is interested in volunteering with that or donating to support the lagoon, they are always looking for more help and more assistance in whatever ways they can find it. If anyone is interested, they can visit the website at helpthelagoon.org, and that would be a great way to show your support for Sorrel, to make sure that we get the message out there of the benefits that the lagoon provides us and what the Sorrel program has provided the lagoon overall. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Parker Allen.
Parker Allen, 198 Knight Street. A few weeks ago, the Supreme Court reaffirmed and upheld the obvious fact that warrantless mass surveillance is indeed unconstitutional in violation of our Fourth Amendment rights. They wrote that people have a reasonable expectation of privacy about their movements and daily routines, and held that tracking this type of location data constitutes a search under the Fourth Amendment. When the government accesses that data without a warrant, that is a violation of our constitutional rights. There's an unending stream of cops getting caught stalking women through these tools, and the flock cameras have only emboldened these perverts 100-fold. This council does not care about privacy or constitutional rights. If they did, the cameras would have never been installed in the first place, or they would have been coming down right after that ruling. But I want to talk about physical safety. Signs, posts, poles, and other roadside objects are designed to collapse, crumple, break, or give way in the event of a car collision. When you don't do this and you install solid metal poles into concrete just feet off the roadway, an accident that would otherwise be a bad day could be your last day. These poles rip through a car like a wire through cheese, mutilating and maiming the occupants inside. This is precisely why the Florida Department of Transportation and the Federal Highway Administration issue codes and laws requiring roadway signage be MASH compliant and obtain crashworthiness testing acceptance letters. Flock Safety knows this, and that's why their installation drawings specifically call out a slip-based hardware for roadway installation, and they reference FHWA acceptance letters SS 134 and 134A. I've seen what these cameras look like with that hardware installed down in Port St. Lucie, yet I look around Palm Bay and not a single one has that hardware on it. And then we have some that are installed behind guardrails, which are also designed to deflect and absorb energy away from cars, and that effectiveness is negatively impacted when you install a solid metal pole behind it. So someone's going to get killed or maimed, and then they're going to sue the city, but it's a good thing that this council is really good at handing out settlements. It's only just tax dollars. So as we approach bankruptcy, they can refloat the idea of selling our public infrastructure to the highest bidder. So when you're late on your Visa bill, they can just shut off your water because they're going to own our public infrastructure, which, by the way, you guys decided to add a processing fee now. I didn't get a water bill last month. I had to go hunt down my account number and type it in to make sure I paid it. So I can't wait to see what happens when BlackRock owns that. So those poles need to come down. At the very least, install the correct hardware. But just better yet, just take them down. Thanks.
Next speaker. That's it?
Yep.
All right, that concludes our public comments. We're now on to the consent agenda. Deputy Mayor, comment cards?
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. If possible, I'd like to have you discuss 4 items. Item number 1, construction of federal funding along Malabar Road. It's 3,000 feet of water main to be installed, for $2.6 million. That's what the city of Palm Bay will be investing, but the town of Malabar, where 100% of this pipe is located, is only coming up with approximately $300,000. Number 7, consideration of reallocating second quarter funding. Right, I was just curious. I understand it's coming back to the budget, which is great, but I didn't know what was Kaiser 8 acquisition. I couldn't find out what that was when I was going through the packet. Under consent agenda item number 8, right? I'm just curious as to why the water treatment plant is supposed to be producing 10 million gallons a day, why we're down to only 3.5 million gallons a day of water, right? And then the next question, because we're going to be installing new wells, how do we get the water from those wells to the water treatment plant? Is that more pipe being installed along city roads? And consent number 9, right? It's going to be adding the capability for 4,500 new home hookups to the water treatment plant. My question is, where is that going to be? Is it going to be new residents, or is it going to be established residents that are now going into 70 years of a city without it? And just as a reminder that we have mandatory hookup to water and sewer coming in 2030. It's great we're providing for new development, but how about the rest of the residents in the city of Palm Bay? If possible, could you discuss those under consent agenda? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Deputy Mayor?
No, Mayor.
Okay, Mr. Morton?
Mr. Bowden, would you come up? And a lot of those were utility and utility capacity, and I think some of that capacity is for conversion connections and all those things. If you want to kind of discuss those projects, that'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Yeah, first, Malabar Road water main. While some of the residents are not in Palm Bay, they are Palm Bay utility customers, and we have an obligation to serve them. And the loop will provide reliable service, redundancy, especially for the hospital, but many residents in that northeast area. I should have written notes, Mr. Batten.
Kaiser acquisition? Kaiser?
I'll take that.
Okay.
The well production numbers were down, we're increasing.
Yeah, so the plant is rated at 10 MGD in terms of what it can produce. Our well capacity is down. So we can, based on the wells that we have, we're only able to produce 3.5. So that's down. So that's why we're going to the RO, to the Deep Floridian Aquifer, so that we can, once again, get back up to 10 MGD at that plant. And then for the WRF, adding 4,500 additional customers, that is predominantly in the southeast for new homes. We do have about less than 2,000 customers who are sewer available, not connected, that we are working with different grants to get them all connected. And we'll be moving on to additional expansions at the plant to cover any additional expansions that we do of our wastewater treatment plant or our wastewater treatment lines in current communities. Those lines would need to be installed, but also for new development. Does that cover it all? Mandatory hookup in 2030. So, and 2030 is not mandatory hookup. It's if people are sewer or the septic tanks, the septic systems that they have has to be advanced systems in 2030 or connected. We are also looking, Councilman Jaffe came across a place called Onsite that would be an alternative to septic tanks that we are looking at that could be managed by the utility to ensure that everything operates properly into the future.
Thank you. I think that covers it except for the Kaiser. Mr. Morton?
Yes, sir. Mr. Brinkley's
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. The Kaiser is in relation to a piece of equipment that was budgeted for. I know it feels like probably that I've been here forever, but August 5th will be my one-year anniversary, and on that evening, my first day, Christine sent me up here to talk about whether or not we needed a Kaiser.
Yes.
And I said, let me take a look at the operations. We'll determine if it's the right purchase. And so staff will beat me over the head and say yes, but I've said we can wait on this and determine whether or not we need to invest in it. So for this year, we do not need to use those funds and can be put back into the budget. So that's what Kaiser is, the walking excavator, a large piece of equipment that does excavation.
Yep. Copy that.
Lindsay Muck.
The muck removal.
Lindsay Muck, yeah.
Yeah, okay. All right, gentlemen, I need a motion.
Wait. Oh, okay. Motion to approve the consent agenda with the removals of item 8.
Second.
I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mayor, I got a point of order on myself. I made a mistake and missed a young man in the front that had a public speaker card, Mr. Kyle McLaren.
For under consent or public comments? Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. So we've concluded consent agenda with the removal of item number 8. And now we're going to go reverse back
To Kyle, can you come on up,
to
sir?
Kyle. Thank you.
Good evening, City Mayor and City Council. My name is Kyle McLaren. I have an ownership stake in the business Winterford Assisted Living LLC, located at 1361 Ginter Road. And I'm speaking here today on the behalf of Melbourne Time Tower Society, and here today with Sheila Hestinger and Mr. Daniel Fisher. And we're talking about the Maxie Brandon Cemetery. It's located at the southwest corner of Palm Bay Road and Hollywood Boulevard. And this is a small cemetery, and it's vital to the founders of Palm Bay, and we're hoping to revitalize the cemetery and preserve it for the city members and council as well. And the idea is by repairing the fence and putting a new fence at that property, making a grave map and a historic preservation plaque there, so that people who visit the cemetery can know what the cemetery is about, why it is important to the city of Palm Bay, and also who is buried at the cemetery. And this project will be funded through community events such as raffles and other outreach events, either hosted at the cemetery or other Palm Bay businesses and locations. And the end goal of this project is to just better preserve the history of the cemetery and the people who are there and honor them as well, as an important part of the city is to preserve its history and who helped found it. And I believe that preserving the Maxie Brandon Cemetery will help meet that goal of the city of Palm Bay, and as well as just make that historic property there a better place for people to visit and pay respects to the people who helped found the city of Palm Bay.
Well, thank you for your passion, young man. Have you worked with our staff regarding that?
Yes, I worked with Joe Hale. I sent him a bit of the proposal, and he has given me a sheet to fill out if I ever do any work at that property, like any volunteer work there. And I did drop off some of these historic restoration plans with the city about a few weeks ago.
Okay, do you, Mr. Morton, do you have, this thing is awfully loud. And hold on a second. Mr. Morton, are you aware of this project, of the cemetery restoration?
I am not, no.
So what department is Mr. Hale with?
Public Works.
Service.
Joel's was
Public
my
Works?
understanding is this is a private cemetery. It's not a
Yes.
city-owned asset.
Correct.
So I think maybe we're providing survey data. Before fencing goes in, probably someone needs to provide LiDAR scans for unmarked graves. There's a lot that goes into cemetery restoration and preservation. So I'm not aware of the activity or what assistance we have or could provide, but it is a privately owned cemetery.
Indeed, I remember when there was no store in that area. Councilman Hammer, stand fast, son.
I'm pretty sure I have descendants there, so if you would like to get me involved in it, reach out to me after this.
Okay.
I would love to help out however I can. I've got a lot of history books throughout the family of things that have happened there. Where the new apartments are used to be a family house, and I got some things to context back into that with possibly some records or something.
Yeah, that was all like a ranch back in the day, right? With the house back where the hotels are. But thank you for your passion, sir.
Of course.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. So we are now on public hearing item number 2. Ms. Smith.
Ordinance 2026-18. An ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 26, Block 509, Port Malabar Unit 12, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 15, page 51, the public records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Again, this is for vacation of public utilities and drainage easement. It is the east 10 feet and the west 20 feet of a public utilities drainage easement constituting approximately 680 square feet or 0.16 acres. It's for the construction of a pool in a backyard. AT&T, Florida Power and Light, and the Melbourne-Tillman Water Control District and Spectrum have no objections. Additionally, staff had no objections to this vacation request. There were some setback comments that will be addressed during construction. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak for or against this item? Public hearing item number 2. Is there anyone in this audience that wishes to speak for or against this item? Ma'am, you can't, are you coming up? Are you the applicant? Come on up. Come on up.
Barbados? No. Barbados Avenue? No. Okay.
Okay,
It's right here, Mayor.
okay.
Hello, how are you? Happy Parks and Rec Day. I am living at 998 Barbados, and I was asking for the vacated easement, 10 of
Okay.
the 20 feet.
Okay. And it's for a pool.
It's for hopeful for a pool. We're in
All
the
right.
works.
Thank you.
All right.
Is there anyone that wishes to speak against or for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. You have one more step, ma'am. So there'll be a final hearing on this, okay?
At the next council
At
meeting.
the next council meeting. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. We're now on item number 3, regular public hearing, item number 3. Joseph and Barbara Mascaredas? That would be you? Okay. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2026-17, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 15, Block 682, Port Malabar Unit 15, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 15, page 79 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, and legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you. I'm going to open up the public hearing, and Mr. Morton.
Thank you again. This is for Citus address 1184 Wagner Street Southeast. It is to vacate the north 10 feet and south 20 feet of a public utilities and drainage easement comprising approximately 730 square feet. It is for the construction of a shed and a backyard. Once again, AT&T, Florida Power and Light, the Melbourne-Tillman Management District, and Spectrum, and the city have no objections to vacating the request. There are 2 setback requirements, again, that will be addressed during construction. Thank you.
Are there any questions of staff, council? Seeing none, I'm going to ask the applicant if they wish to come present their case.
Hello, Joe Mascarenas, Barbara Mascarenas, 1184 Wagner Street. Was looking to vacate part of the public utility easement in the rear of our house so we can put up a shed.
Are there any questions of the applicant? I don't see any. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Passes 5-0. There's another hearing next. All right. Thank you. You passed the first round, sir. Thank you. We're now on item number 4. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2026-16, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, vacating and abandoning a portion of the rear 20-foot public utility and drainage easement located within Lot 1, Block 1547, Port Malabar Unit 32, according to the plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 17, page 36 of the Public Records of Brevard County, Florida, legally described herein, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm opening up the public hearing, and Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. This is the final reading. If his address is correct, it's 910 Happiness Avenue. It's about to get happier, I think, with the addition of a swimming pool in the backyard with about 1,000 square feet vacated. Again, no objections. This is the final reading of this tonight. Thank you.
Are the Norwoods here? Yeah, you step right up, ma'am.
Finally, right? Of course, again, like I said last time, trying to vacate the easement, trying to build this family pool. It's my retirement home. I'm happy. Happiness Avenue, right? So let's see if we can make it happen.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Does that conclude your comments?
Yes, it is.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone in the audience that wishes to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Hammer. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Congratulations, ma'am. Enjoy your retirement home and your pool. We're now, and I see that you're happy. Item number 5, Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2026-15, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending the fiscal year 2026 budget by appropriating and allocating funds as identified in Exhibit A, consisting of 4 pages and incorporated in its entirety herein. Recognizing that such appropriations must be made pursuant to the Code of Ordinances of the City of Palm Bay, Chapter 35, Finance, adopting, ratifying, confirming, and validating the allocations, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm opening up the public hearing, and Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. There's no changes from the first reading. I will get myself in trouble, but this might be the last time you can grill the finance director if you have any questions on this ordinance tonight.
Are there any questions, council? None? Okay. Mr. Morton, I have a question.
Yes.
Will the finance director be exiting this meeting once we vote on this item? Or will he be remaining till the end of the meeting?
I'm going to leave that decision up to him, sir, and it's entirely his decision.
Is there another item that we may be able to pull him for? Because I think we are
To hang out
voting
for
on.
the taxable millage
For the
value.
tax, okay.
Then we can
Okay.
release. I
All right.
amend my statement.
Okay.
I amend my
Okay,
statement.
copy that. Thank you, sir. So he does need to
One
stay.
more.
Okay, copy that. Just checking. Anyone in the audience wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing, asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, second by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 7. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2026-14, an ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, amending ordinance 2022-114 by modifying the boundaries of the Malabar Springs Community Development District, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Morton, I'm opening up the public hearing and deferring to Mr. Morton.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council. We do have staff here tonight if you have any additional questions, but the petitioner is requesting an amendment to remove approximately .06 acres from the existing district. It is identified as the Springs Sourtite, which is a cell tower. I'm under the understanding that it is existing. If it is not, someone please correct me. This is an amendment that is administrative in nature only and does not establish any new community development district, modify the district's existing powers, their financial authority or responsibility. This amendment solely revises the boundary of the district per their request.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff, council? Seeing none, I'm going to ask if anyone in the audience wishes to speak for or against this item. Please step forward, Master Chief.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. It's such a small portion within that development. I'm just curious, does that mean the revenue that would be generated from the tower comes out of the city, or does that revenue generated from the tower stay in the city? That's what my question was. Thank you.
Mr. Morton?
My understanding is nothing there changes. I'm not even sure that we're involved with this one. It appears from my reading, and again, staff there's a lot of documents here, but the district is simply amending their boundaries, probably to get it off their either assessment or liability for insurance. So we do have a representative here for the applicant. So if council has a direct question,
Yeah.
they can come on up.
Come on up.
So I think it truly is just a housekeeping item for them. Sorry, sir, I did not know you were here.
No, it's okay. Thanks for having me. My name's Jarrett Earlywine. I'm with QTAC Rock here on behalf of the district. To the gentleman's question, it doesn't really affect the city at all, so whatever taxing authority you'll have over that parcel would just continue as it is. Our project is a residential community, and having a cell tower in there, which is a new use, doesn't fit with what we're doing, has really nothing to do with us, so we're just taking it out of the boundary. So,
All right. Thank you.
thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak for or against this item? Seeing none, I'm closing the public hearing and asking for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. We're now on new business item number 1. Mr. Morton. No, I thought we just removed it.
We just removed it. 8 was on.
As you were. We're now on consent item number 8.
Sorry, Mayor. Yes, I can speak.
Go ahead.
All right, okay, thank you, Mayor. So upon learning about design, build, and CMAR, which is the next item after that, I'm the biggest proponent for those. So my question was more so for, Mr. Gregan. Mr. Morton, if you can have him.
Please.
Thank you. So here we are, we're doing an award of proposal. Why not CMAR like we're doing in item 9 for the South Regional Water Reclamation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for the question. CMAR is just one of the delivery methods we can choose. It's a new tool in the quiver as we manage construction projects, and we deliberatively look at it as an option for each project. It tends to generally mitigate the risk to the buyer, meaning the city, but that is not true in every case. So we try very deliberatively to think of CMAR as just one more tool that we have to use to manage a construction project.
And the reason why my concerns are, and this council have seen it, where there's been change order after change order after change order, so just trying to mitigate that downrange as well. So that's why my question. So you felt confident in, go ahead, sorry.
We do, yes, sir. Yeah, I feel very confident, because I know the process we go through in determining which of the available delivery methods we have to choose from. There's always risk, I will say, in any complex project, there is always risk. And our job in the procurement process, as well as finance and the other control functions of government, it tends to, find the best way to mitigate that risk.
While I have you, I won't hold them any longer
Yes, sir.
than this next question, Mayor. More specifically, what is it that you look at to go for award of proposal versus a CMAR?
Of all the variables, timeline is one that we try to manage. When we put a construction manager at risk, they tend to manage the timeline in a way different from the way the city would. Usually it compresses the time, to be honest. And it also shifts some of the risk that the city would normally bear to the construction manager. So those are two of the value levers that I think are important.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, and I understand, those are good questions. I think just in this particular instance, there really isn't a design method for wells, right? It's a simple scope of work that really isn't tied to drawings or anything. It's correct.
That's
yeah.
correct, yes,
Yeah.
sir. Yeah.
So,
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any comment cards, Deputy Mayor?
for new business item number 1,
Yes, sir.
Bill Batten.
As you were.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, we're good with
Yep.
that number 8. All right, I need a motion then.
So moved.
Got a motion by Councilman Johnson.
Second.
Second by Councilman Hammer. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes 5-0. We're now on item number 1, as you were. Mr. Morton.
Thank you. I believe we have staff for a brief presentation and to kind of bring us back to speed for where we were from last week, and then obviously answer any questions that you have.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Jessica Henchman. I'm the Budget Program Administrator for the city. Tonight, we have a few additional slides just to catch you up on our budget workshop. We've also done some tax bill estimates for reference. So a brief introduction to the trim notice and some of your tax bill impacts. What we look at for the tax evaluations is really your taxable value non-school amount. And this is a little different because a lot of the questions we get are, my property value went down or up, how does that impact my tax bill? It really is just the start of the formula. So when you look at your property appraiser site, you're really looking at the taxable value non-school amount, which we do have highlighted. That's where we start the calculation. On your trim notice, you're also going to see some other taxing authorities. So your total amount on there is not just the Palm Bay ad valorem. And just a reminder, your trim notices do not include non-ad valorem assessments. Those are things like the Melbourne-Tillman Water District, and if you live in a CDD, you will not see those impacts until your actual tax bill. So based off of the 3 rates that we talked about with council at the budget workshop, we did some estimates. These estimates also include the minor reduction that you're going to be seeing on the debt millage. Our debt millage rate went down from 9.993 to 9.385 this year. So it is a minor savings on that end, but overall, we broke it down from starting at a $25,000 valuation all the way up to a $750,000 valuation. At the current adopted rate of 6.7, these are all of the estimated annual costs. And then we also have it in comparison to the rollback rate of 6.6015. As you can see, the difference between the two amounts ranges from about $2.46 on the annual amount all the way up to $73.88. How does that impact our budget? Overall, the difference this year between adopting at a 6.7 rate and adopting at rollback is a difference of a little over $1 million. We've also talked about doing the proposed cut rate of 5.5. So how does that compare to our current rate? So you have the same estimates out for the annual costs, but at the 5.5 rate, you see a larger variance between the two, which ranges between $30 a year all the way up to $900 a year. But how does it impact our budget? The difference between the revenues is a little under $13 million, around 12.8. One other comparison we put together for tonight is the rollback rate versus the proposed cut rate. So the rollback rate in comparison, the range difference is between $27.54 up to $826. In terms of revenue, the difference between rollback and the proposed 5.5 rate is a little lower at 11.7. I also wanted to add in this slide, we had some questions after the budget workshop about the 3% cap. We actually didn't talk about the 3% cap at all about the workshop because of how high it is. We had been listening to council's direction. We knew that they weren't going to go anywhere near that rate, so we really didn't bring it into the discussion. We wanted to focus on the rates you really wanted to see. But just for reference, the 3% cap rate for FY27 is 6.7988. And so we did do a comparison between the current rate and the cap. It would be a variance between $2.47 up to about $74, but the difference would be an additional $1 million in revenue. The last one? Should be good there. So if we have any other questions, these are the slides we have for right now.
All right, council, any questions? I don't see any questions. No questions from council? Okay, can you repeat the 6.7? You said $2 and,
So in comparison to which rate? The current versus rollback or current versus 5.5?
right, so 6.7, 6.6 is rollback.
6.6 is rollback, yes.
You mentioned 6.7 is the 3% cap, or there's another 6.7? There's two.
Yes, 6.7988 is the 3% cap.
Oh, so it's 7.9. 6.79. Okay. So how does that differ than the previous 6.7 that you had studied? It was 6 what?
So current rate is 6.7000.
0.00, okay.
And the 3% cap is 6.7988.
So it's higher than the 6.7 that you presented last time?
That's why it would be additional
Okay,
revenue.
just wanted to clarify that, and then I do want to share something, gentlemen, and you know what I said at last meeting. So if you're tracking, and I don't know if you're tracking storms and what have you, but there's going to be an active El Nino. And my concern is if we set it at the 6.7 or 6.6, we could never go on if we have a catastrophe. And so at 6.700, we're already in the hole $2 million.
Yes.
$2 million. So my concern is we're already digging ourselves into a position where it's going to affect the grand scheme of the entire city. And I understand most everyone on council, with the exception of Councilman Langevin, you weren't at our last meeting, sir, and I'm sorry about that. But just to brief you a little bit, my concerns are, it's fine if council's going to vote for the 6-6 rollback. I'm fine with that. My concern is that if once we set it at rollback and we experience a huge loss before, if we face a storm, and I'll be even more transparent, lately we've had some pretty severe thunderstorms, let alone anything else that can derive from that. And how are we going to recoup and provide those services for the cities? Because you all know FEMA takes 7 years to reimburse. So with that, I would suggest we hit the 6700 if everyone feels comfortable with that, with the understanding that most of you are comfortable with the 6-6. And those are my comments on that. Yes, you could weigh in.
At 6.7, do people's taxes go up?
I can't answer that question because I'd have to look at each individual homestead. Because we looked up some examples and we have properties where the property value went down, but their taxable value went up. So they could potentially see that. We could answer that question if we look and work with each individual homeowner, but we can't give a blanket statement.
Anyone else? No comments? Okay, thank you, ma'am. Speaker cards.
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. The 6.7 and 6.7988, they're so close in proximity. A little bit of safety goes a long way by my standard. But what scares me more than anything is how this determining this millage rate right now, how it's going to relate to new business number 3 of what's coming up in the future, what potentially could come up in the future. So me being the idiot I am, I'd rather have more money in my wallet and proceed with the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Alan Miles.
Alan Miles, 350 Garvey Road Southwest. I don't know what the 5.5 millage rate was supposed to be. Is that a teaser rate that you put out there because you were claiming there was going to be $12 million that you were saving the city overall? That was my understanding. And so the 6.7 and the 6.6 would be a reduction going down, and it looks like you guys are leaning towards a reduction going up. And I don't understand why we would do that. And El Nino typically means less hurricane activity, which has been bore out by what's happening with the Saharan dust and everything else that's occurring at this point in time. And I think the individuals would be better off to save their resources and money to fix what they need damaged instead of putting it in some kind of fund that would be appropriate for the city. The appraisal values, while she was non-committal about it, they basically have all gone up due to inflation. And that has to do somewhat with what she was explaining with the taxable, but the property appraiser would be the one that would determine that. But basically, everybody knows in the last 2 or 3 years, property values have gone up. So if the values have gone up, then you can lower the millage rate and still make the same amount of money. And that's why I don't understand all the time how these $300,000, $400,000 houses that are being built versus the $200,000 houses that we had in the past don't provide us with more revenues. So that's really what my concern is. And I think the citizens of Palm Bay really want and need a reduction, not an increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Morton, can you respond to the 5.5 millage?
In what regard?
In regards to what Mr. Allen was referring to. Why was it put out there?
That was the
What-
direction I'd gotten.
He mentioned it, a teaser as
No,
such.
that was an honest exercise, as Tom Gom noted in the paper. We brought the receipts, we brought an actual budget that would reduce that with significant cuts in service delivery and defunding some critical operations. That budget is still on the table, so to speak, so I don't know how else, if that's the,
Okay.
addressing it, but.
Thank you. Next speaker?
That concludes the cards, Mayor.
Okay, gentlemen. I need a motion.
Make a motion to approve the rollback rate.
Second.
Got a motion by Deputy Mayor Jaffe, seconded by Councilman Johnson. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed signify by saying nay. Nay. So roll call.
Deputy Mayor Jaffe?
Aye.
Councilman Johnson?
Aye.
Councilman Hammer?
Aye.
Councilman Langevin?
Aye.
Mayor Medina?
Nay. We're now on item number 2. Councilman Johnson.
Thank you, Mayor. Nothing else really to explain other than it has to be, I was one of the votes on the other side of this, when it was previously on the agenda. So just looking for approval to put it back on, for the opportunity for it to pass and for it to get back on our agenda in the future meetings going forward.
I'm not sure I understand. What are you saying?
So,
Corrupt, I apologize.
Yeah, carry on.
My buzzer buzzed in late. Councilman Johnson, I'm so sorry. Just for staff's clarity, and they're looking at me, so the direction that I'm understanding, I'd just like some clarity. We're building the budget presentation for the workshop at the rollback rate, correct? Okay, thank you very much. Did you? Oh, and you have to acknowledge the dates, correct, yeah.
Yes, Madam Clerk?
Yes, staff was also requesting confirmation on the public hearing dates. For the budget.
do we need a?
Do you need a separate motion for that, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Okay. I need a motion for the dates of the proposed.
So moved.
scheduled date. I got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Deputy Mayor Jaffe. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously on the dates. We're now on item number 2. You want to take it again, Councilman
Yep.
Johnson?
Sorry about that. Just looking to put public comments back on at the end. I would like proclamations removed. Council's not privy to that at this time. I will say it was about 30 minutes of the meeting initially in the very beginning. That was on proclamations, but in the meantime, I would like for us to do public comments.
Deputy Mayor, any speaker cards?
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. Public comments at the end of the council meeting makes the city of Palm Bay the only city that does that. And I'm very, very much in favor of that because that puts the people's government again. And I'm very happy to see that's being presented. I hope you go with it. I'm just being the person I am, I found it strange that you pulled public comments at the end of the meeting to make the meetings go longer. Yet it was proposed at the last meeting that we allow 3 minutes for each potential board applicant to come in and address the board. So it didn't do anything to shorten the meetings when you presented access or function that was going to extend the meetings. So either way, either do them both, but I'm very happy with the fact that you're potentially bringing it back where the city of Palm Bay is recognized as at least a government for the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Concludes the speakers, Mayor.
Okay. So, Councilman Johnson, you were the deciding vote to take it away. I wish you would have done that a lot sooner, as you know, and I'm being transparent
Yes,
with
sir.
you now, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'm
Yes, sir.
gonna speak based on this because for months I wanted this. I didn't even want it removed, and for obvious reasons that I mentioned before. But I am grateful that I believe we have enough votes for this to move forward, because of the same reasons that Master Chief mentioned, there were individuals that would watch our meetings, and then at the end, they had comments based on what we had. And now they had to wait 2 weeks before they could come and comment and address what we had during that meeting. So I am grateful that we're going through this. So for that, you could go ahead and make the motion, but I'll be seconding it.
So moved.
Second. Any additional discussion, gentlemen? Seeing none, I've got a motion by Councilman Johnson, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Passes 4-1. Thank you. So now, item number 3 is yours as well, Councilman Johnson.
Yes, Mayor, and this one, we spoke about it a little bit last week at the budget hearing. And I'm very grateful for Mr. Morton and staff showing the numbers of potentially what could be lost and what could be cut in regards to our city and the services that we will provide, because it's very detrimental. I don't think the average citizen, I don't want to say average citizen, I don't think many people are as informed in regards to what this referendum could mean for municipalities. And I was trying to be very mindful with my wording last week, but I truly feel this is an overreach of the state, the same thing that they accuse the federal government of doing. I feel they're doing this in this case, and that this is an attempt to make municipalities subservient to the state and dependent on the state. That's my personal feelings and stance in regards to this. But in the meantime, I do feel that we, as a governing body, have an obligation to just provide the facts. You know, Mr. Morton provided, hey, this is how, I believe it's 46 million, Mr. Morton?
I believe that's close, yes.
Yeah, okay. And what it would look like, you know, in regards to the loss of 46 million. So I'm just here to have dialogue. November's gonna be right around the corner. How do we go about it moving forward? Do we wanna just put up, hey, unbiased information of this is what how your city could be affected, you know, in regards to reducing response, well, not reducing of police officers and firefighters and other services that are expected at this time, but that could be lost with the approval of the referendum. I do feel strongly, I'm glad that we voted for the rollback rate. This was probably the first time we, at least when I've been on council, we've had a rollback rate vote. Usually it's, you know, going above the cap or right at the cap. So I'm grateful for that. I see us as a council being fiscally conservative, fiscally responsible, but I feel this is an overreach by the state. So I just wanted to have the dialogue amongst my peers, my colleagues, and see where your stance is on the matter.
Okay, the very first thing, I want to check with our city attorney, what can we do, what we can't do, right? That's the very first thing. So, Madam Attorney, are you, you heard what Councilman Johnson stated in passing information out. I think that's ultimately your goal, correct, sir? Can you brief us a little bit on the legalities of what we're allowed to say and do? Or is it, you know, on a personal level is what he's probably stating? So I just want to check with you, ma'am.
Well, personally, certainly we don't regulate there's no regulation what you personally say, but as far as what the city can do and what you all can do using city resources, there are limitations on that because the city's not able to advocate, nor is the city or anyone able to use city resources to advocate. We can provide education, and that education needs to be fact-based, but, you know, we can't, you know, provide facts or version of facts in a way in which we are trying to be persuasive or essentially to use what some people might consider scare tactics, but we really cannot there was like a time where cities would mail out flyers. That's something that we're not able to do. You are able to be able to put things on, you know, websites, and that's been done, but you're not going to be able to use city resources to do a mass mailing. Some places are considering email, and they're kind of looking at that or whether that's really using resources, but it's going to have to be fact-based, not advocacy, and you're not going to be able to use taxpayer-funded resources to really promote any particular position you have.
Thank you, ma'am. So is that clear? It's a fine line, Councilman Johnson? And so what are your thoughts moving forward? What is it that you're exactly looking to do? So on a personal level, it's one way, but any resources, and so I'm just trying to gather and understand better what your mission what would you want to try to do?
And that's where I'm kind of leaning also on council, because these are the conversations I've had with myself and with Mr. Morton and with our soon-to-be gone finance director. I saw him pick up his keys. No, I'm playing. But these are the conversations I've had with them as well, because this is something that can potentially end certain municipalities. We are a heavy, as you've mentioned, we've been a bedroom community for so long, and we're heavy on the homestead side where other municipalities aren't. So we will be one of the municipalities that would be heavily affected, and people will still expect the same level of service. So my thing is, hey, whether you vote yes or no, this is just the education of it. But if that's not the will of council, I just want to have that dialogue so that we can move forward either way.
Okay, so I'll start with Councilman Langevin.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I lean towards not getting involved as a city. There's going to be a lot of information pushed out during the election from, I know for a fact, different groups are going to be against this and pushing out tons of information and making it clear how much money that the cities are going to lose. I think just to be safe for the city, we just let those groups pass that information out and we let the citizens vote. But I do understand what you're saying, but I think it's best to stay out of it as the government.
Councilman Hammer?
Yeah, I think the voters are definitely, of all things, doing research on this. I did a Google thing to see what the most looked up things are in Florida, and tax reform is among them. I am okay with the citizens finding the information themselves, having the conversations with the people in their communities on the things that matter. But I am for having a question, having some way for questions to be answered, but not putting it out there. Like if someone says, "Hey, if this happens, do we have something that says kind of how that affects the city?" Where I do think like an email, somebody can email something. I mean, I get that, but to like put things out there and try to say, "Hey, read this," and not what you're looking up. I think they can look up their own information on that.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I agree with Councilman Hammer and Councilman Langevin's position. I think we just be agnostic to the situation, let the voters make the decision, and then this council body, whoever's serving at that time, make the decisions based on what the voters decided for us.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. I want to validate what you're saying, just like Councilman Langevin did. I think there may be a way that we could come together and have, like we did today, have more of a budget workshop to show what that would look like, right? I think that having a workshop in that regard to show, okay, we're going to be working towards what, if this is what we face, we should let the community know, hey, this is what we have to do. It's not getting involved. At that point, we're preparing ourselves, and we're having staff prepare ourselves. So I validate what you're saying. Not getting involved is my concern. That's why I wanted the attorney to weigh in. At the same time, perhaps our staff can come up with maybe a workshop where we would run a scenario. That would be my suggestion to support where you're trying to go with. So with that being said, because we're able to at least discuss these things, but what are your thoughts?
And I appreciate you saying that, Mayor, because what my mind just went to was potentially, I wouldn't say putting it on, but advising the task force to take this on. And them working with staff and then coming back to us, or maybe it's In the past, we've had joint workshops with council and the Infrastructure Advisory Board. So that could be something as well too. But I do think the task force that you had brought to council could be a very beneficial way of just.
And having a joint meeting?
Yeah,
after?
or something of
Mr.
that
Morton,
nature.
what do you think about that?
Before.
Mr. Morton,
I
what do
would
you think about that?
Well, I would say maybe. Sorry, I would say after, because
Are you saying after?
yeah, if
so-
this is, I hear the will of council. I would say I would hate for all the work to be done and then for not, but I don't know.
I mean, yeah, I think honestly it will be essential if it's enacted, because regardless of the rollback rate, we
Yeah, at
are.
that point, you need
Yeah.
to.
We are
Yeah.
still proceeding to find every efficiency, merge operations, continue with voluntary drawdowns as people retire, right? We're still going to proceed as we continue, because regardless of the situation, we need to continue to find those efficiencies, fiscal accountability, find those, do a better job. And we have 30 strategies on our working board right now to do that. But if it passes, yeah, I think it'll be absolutely essential that the community decides, and you guys decide, what services and how those services could potentially be delivered, and what services are eliminated or deferred. Those things will need to, I would assume, be a community conversation, because it'll be a big impact.
So
Big
you-
change.
So I guess you don't want to go ahead, once it's done, it's done.
Yeah.
You don't want
Well-
to try and work through that process beforehand.
Well, if I heard Mr. Morton correctly, you're saying you might as well go ahead and start the process now, because you're already working on 30 different items, so if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
I'm working on those regardless, just
Yeah.
because, again, the budgets keep getting tighter, costs keep going up, right? The cost of business and the environment, the drive for us to do better, to be more efficient, to be better stewards every day. It's a never-ending operation. We never stop, and we've got a lot of things on the board. I was simply saying it to your point, if you'd like to wait till the outcome of the vote, either way, we can propose, and we would love direction at some point this year on mid-year opportunities, on merger opportunities, and new ways of doing business that will all be via consultation of council. So I'm happy to calibrate that presentation effectively, either as this is where we're going at a pace, or this is where we're moving quicker because of the new reality of legislation. We could probably fine-tune that better after knowing the outcome of the election.
Councilman Hammer?
Yeah, during, I don't know if it was our last budget hearing or the one before, we actually had your graph where it showed all the zeros, and then it showed Parks and Recreation, Police, Fire, Public Works. The thing that I like your idea of having a scenario is because this doesn't have an implementation bill that's going with it.
No.
That gives the structure that says, hey, if this goes in 2028, this is going to affect, here's how we're gonna make up the difference. It's literally a vote, and there's no way to say how you're doing it. It's building a house without blueprints. And I think the more ahead of it we can get, the better. I really like to have, if it does pass, guess what? We already know what we have to do. So, stepping in, it's like, all of us we want to be more proactive. And here's us an example to be proactive, and I don't think we should be reactive. I think we should have all of our ducks in a line, should it happen, and be ready to face whatever happens.
Okay.
So, I like your idea of a workshop,
Okay.
finding out what where it's gonna come from, what's gonna happen, and then we'll actually be able to have conversations with our city manager on strategies, should it happen. So say we get in there and we find out, this might happen, this might happen, this might happen. We might have strategies ready to move forward if the vote does go that way. So I think this is a great idea, and I'm gonna be for a workshop to, have a scenario. Let's run it.
So let's see, so we're talking maybe in August, later August. I think by then we could run some scenarios, do you think? So would that be feasible, Mr. Morton? A workshop sometime in August?
It's definitely feasible, and again, just for a 30,000-foot exercise of us bringing what we've identified and what we know. It will be very high level. We've got staff fully engaged in both ERP and the budget at the moment, and that is a very all-consuming. We're also going to be onboarding a new chief financial officer. So, you know, we are strapped, but if the intention is to have a high-level conversation, bringing back a lot of the information and new strategies we've developed through the 5.0 millage reduction scenario, I'd be happy to do that, and I could probably lead that and take some burden off staff.
Okay. All right, sir. Councilman, or Deputy Mayor Jaffe?
So is this workshop based on if the vote passes in November? Or is this based on the 5.5?
No, based if the
So,
vote passes in November.
so with everything that staff has going on, like, why would we have a budget discussion in 2026 for something that won't affect until the 2027 budget?
It's just preparing, it's just like we're actually validating. So
Because it doesn't roll until 2028, affects the 2028 budget and the 2029, or is it going to affect the 27 and 28 budget?
I believe it starts 27. 27, 28 budget.
I believe it would impact our fiscal year 2028 would be the first.
Right.
2027,
Right, yeah, so like
2028.
yeah.
We're just trying to get ahead of this. Want to validate Councilman Johnson for one. And then, and it's something that I threw out there. I thought it'd be a good exercise regardless. And it'll be an opportunity to provide information to the community to see how the council's preparing. So I like the idea of passing on the information that we could, the scenario that we have currently at that time. So that's why I suggested the workshop. But it's, at this point, it's really, if Councilman Hammer still wants to do it, if Councilman Johnson still wants to do it, I'm good with doing it. So where are we, gentlemen?
To the point, I heard what Mr. Morton mentioned in regards to ERP, and I know it's a tedious task right now. Yeah, I would say let's delay it just till after November, till we know, and then go from there. But it still needs to be done. And there's nothing stopping from the Citizens Advisory Task Force from taking it on now. But in regards to a joint workshop, let's do it after we know something.
Then we're good. So this ends the discussion of your item. All right, thank you. So we're now on item number 4, new business number 4. Madam Smith.
Ordinance 2026-20. An ordinance of the City of Palm Bay, Brevard County, Florida, providing for a referendum election to be held on November 3rd, 2026, for the purpose of determining whether the city charter should be amended to revise the process for filling vacancies that may occur on the city council, providing for the placement of one referendum item on the ballot, providing the text of the proposed charter amendment, directing the city clerk to provide the supervisor of elections with a copy of the ordinance, publishing the referendum item in accordance with state law, providing for the repeal of ordinances or parts of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for a severability clause, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam Jones.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Actually, the city attorney kind of read everything, but if you would like me to go into further detail, I can do so.
Okay. Deputy Mayor, any comment cards?
Bill Batten.
Bill Batten, 586 Ocean Spray Street Southwest. Right. On my standard, this is a step in the right direction of what you're doing. I personally, I can live with 1 year appointment for 1 year, but me, I would have preferred 6 months, or I would have preferred election no matter what. But if this is what the best I can get, it's better than an appointee for 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Alan Miles.
Sorry, I inadvertently filled out the card for 4 and meant to do 3. Could I speak on that briefly? Very briefly?
Yes, sir.
The finance people this morning, I spoke with them, and they said they just got information from the state about how much money we would lose if the the mandate came forward where we had to do all the homestead exemptions and increase them. And I believe, and maybe they can speak, it was 20 or $22 million. So when you're saying don't worry about it until 28, that's not the idea. The idea is to get ahead of this. And if we're out 20, 22 million, whatever, if they could speak briefly, if they have that number or what they think the number would be, that would be helpful. And it would only take them a minute to say what they think the number is.
Yeah, I appreciate that, but we passed that item. So I
Right,
allowed
but you
to
said you
speak.
would revisit it possibly. Well, we could do it at the next meeting, right, in August, bring it up again. Because all it said was tax reform. It didn't
sir.
say it was the referendum that was going to be passed by that had already passed through the governor and the House. That, it was very brief and not understandable to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any speakers?
Con-
Additional
concludes,
speakers?
Mayor.
That's it? Okay, so council, discussion, is the wording fine? Are we good with that? If so, I need a motion, and I'll second.
So moved.
I second. Got a motion by Councilman Hammer, seconded by Mayor Medina. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. We are now on council reports. Councilman Langevin.
I have nothing.
Councilman Hammer.
Yes, I have three things. First one, I've mentioned it to you guys a little bit before. It's something I've been interested in. I know you have to ask for permission to add something to the agenda, but I would like to have a discussion on an entertainment district / overlay zoning for the Bayfront area. I've been working on something with the city manager. We have it all planned out and have all the schematics and all the designs and everything for, bringing entertainment to our city. And I would like to bring it to our next council meeting.
I'm a thumbs up. You got 3 thumbs up already, 4 thumbs up. So, yeah, that sounds exciting. Thank you for your hard work. That's item number 1. Now what's 2?
An entertainment district, okay, yeah, number 2. It being boating season, I have been reached out to from a large number of people. And I wanted to see how we felt about visiting the ordinance about having boats in driveways. With the Department of Health making some of the houses so high, some of these homes can't put boats on the side of their house or move to the back or anything else. So I was seeing how you felt about allowing boats in the city as long as they're registered boats to be in the driveway. Because right now, you have people that can't buy boats.
Item number 3.
Okay. Okay, item number 3. I have been reached out to a number of people, and it was mentioned multiple times tonight, about the pool. I would like to have a discussion on the pool. I'm hearing it's not open a lot for our citizens. It's being used by their people. And I'm also hearing it's a large cost factor to the city. I would like to have discussion on it, see with us lowering millage rate, I would like to introduce that into our discussion.
You mean like removing services from there, or?
Well, right now, we have it. It would go back to the county. So the county would have to have it.
Do you, now, Councilman Hammer, I was a staffer when Scott Ellis, you remember our clerk of courts, Scott Ellis led the charge for the aquatic center. Back then, it was Brevard County. And he led that charge because we had, and it was discussed a little bit, we had so many children that were drowning, and the object of that pool was to provide free services of swimming lessons, even from infants to children. And I believe, to your argument, over time, we haven't been able to maintain that since the city has taken over it. So to your argument, are you looking to reduce services there? Because the last comment I understood the last time was to give it to someone else that would
Well, I want to
know it.
have a
I don't-
discussion, and I want to reach all the possible options that we have
You mean discussion with staff?
with all of us, to have a discussion because I'm being told it's not open a lot for the people.
So
So I
you
want to
wanna
have this
increase the
discussion
yeah.
to where if we are maintaining it, if we are doing all these things, like, why aren't people able to use it as much as,
I think it's
like,
man
it sits
hours.
empty a lot, apparently.
It's man hours. Can you answer that, Mr. Morton? Would it be man hours at the pools? And this is part of the discussion. I'm just trying to
Yeah.
get more intel.
So yeah, I think it's a broader discussion too, and I believe sometimes it's programming, either with local users, schools, other groups, the college. So I'm not entirely sure on the week-to-week or month-to-month hours of operation for the pool in terms of what is, and any pool facility would be considered open swim session or general swim session. And generally, you see that struggling in any municipal aquatic facility where you've got general swim hours. Maybe it's early morning lap swim for seniors. Maybe it's right, but then you usually have programs, whether it's classes, education sessions. I know we do, mommy and me swimming times, and pool's not extraordinarily large, so it might be closed or restricted use at certain points for certain groups. I don't know if that might be part of it. And then it's not extensively programmed, to your point, in terms of hours because of manpower, utility, and chemical costs. So it is a limited use facility.
So would it satisfy you to have those discussions with our city manager and staff before you bring a presentation to us? Would that be better suited, or do you have your own vision already that you want to bring
Well,
forward?
due to sunshine laws, I just wanted to have the conversation with you guys. If it was something we could have the discussion with, because, if it's something we can be like, hey, we need to have this open to the people more, even if that's a discussion. So
I get it.
I want to have, if it's going to be something that's provided for our people and we're spending what we're spending on it, I would like to have that discussion,
Okay.
that's it.
All right, I think I understand. Deputy Mayor?
Mr. Mayor and Councilman Hammer, if I can make a recommendation, there was, a few businesses that were here this evening, as well as Brooke that spoke, who works at the pool. My suggestion would be to allow staff to work with those private partnerships, and Brooke, prior to the meeting, actually had some really good conversations with her, some ideas that she had from working there, that she wanted to meet with staff on. So my recommendation would be, and if you wanted to, work with her and our city staff to bring some ideas back to us, some substance and some stats and data that we can have some conversations on, I would be completely open to that.
I think that's where we're going. You go work with staff on it.
Yeah,
and then
I'm
bring
okay with
something.
that, but I was just saying, I think it was 2022, and I forgot who brought it up, but it was like, hey, what can we do to bring more interest in the community, one, and do things more revenue-based? For instance, everybody was at the 4th of July. It was amazing. There was 1,000 people there. Pool was empty. Like, you would think at the 4th of July fest, people would want to be in that water, on a float, watching fireworks go off.
Could it be that all the staff was working
There
the
was people
event?
working inside of the pool. There was a lifeguard and someone else, and my son walked by, said, why isn't anybody in there? 15.
All right. I think a great resolution is work with staff, and then
Yeah.
we'll have that discussion once with these other partners. Is that good?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir. So now, Councilman Johnson.
Yes, Mayor, 2 items. One, had a very productive meeting, I feel, with the city manager, city attorney, and I think, was Mr. De Lorenzo in the room too, with Mr. Timmons? Yes, and Mr. De Lorenzo and Mr. Timmons, just wanted to see if they can I know council had given direction a month ago in regards to looking to see what we can do in the Bayfront area, and it was just mentioned in regards to the entertainment district. So I was just hoping Mr. Morton can give a brief update.
Absolutely. Mr. Morton.
Fantastic. So, yeah, we did have a meeting. Thank you, Councilman Johnson, for bringing Mr. Timmons back. And, you know, you guys didn't know, some of you, but there'd been multiple asks in respects to an entertainment district ordinance. So did draft an entertainment district ordinance, and I know Councilman Hammer and I think Councilman Johnson have had some conversations. I also spoke with the three, to some extent, the three primary property owners. Of course, Mr. Timmons, you've also got a medical group that owns some property, and you've got Adelon Capital still retaining. I think, by and large, the bulk of the riparian rights, which is going to be key to any kind of significant development in the Bayfront, is either owned by Mr. Timmons or his group, his real estate group, or by the city of Palm Bay. And so trying to get creative with multiple options and opportunities, first of all, to preserve the district character and foster development we want to see. I think that's the reason we promulgated that ordinance. I think, secondly, we did have conversations around a potential public-private partnership to sort of start to drive some inertia forward and create some definite pathways for economic investment and development in terms of what the community and the council have said they wanted to see in the Bayfront. And to bring it to a finer point, I think to enact some of those strategies, we've identified a individual that I'd like to bring back for a discussion to retain some services on a part-time limited basis. We're pretty drawing down to attrition in our planning and growth department. I've talked with several people, our city attorney, our city planning director, Althea, growth management director, Althea, Jason, and some others, to get someone who understands both the real estate, the business, the public, the private sector, who has actually worked with all three of those parties in the past, Dr. Delicious, Mr. Timmons, and Adelon Capital, and see if we can't get all these groups working together and put together some real momentum in the Bayfront. So right now, I think we've got some ideas around public-private partnerships. We've got some ideas around some ways to invest energy and time into the Bayfront. We've got our new economic development director, who I'll introduce tonight, also getting her arms around that concept. And so the next step is really going to be, I think, to get that professional who's got that experience, the working relationships with those groups, the knowledge, because I really think something successful is going to require all those groups coming together. The last piece that we're trying to put together that Mr. DiLorenzo and Mr. Robinson have been working on is we're having a meeting, I believe it's in the next 2 weeks or so, with Brevard County, and it's around these discussions of getting releases, finally getting permanent releases around the reverter clauses, one that, you know, ties up the strip of land that sort of runs along a big section of Bayfront along the highway. And of course, you know, Greater Palm Coast Chamber, or Palm Bay Chamber, I'm gonna call it Palm Bay instead of Greater Palm Bay. You know, they still are looking for an additional home. That was instructions given to me to repurpose, sell, or, you know, get some energy around that building out there. And so that also has a reverter clause for the riparian rights. We're having conversations with the county about, again, finally solving that, which would be breaking a big logjam open. And so that's kind of where we're at. I know Mr. Timmons, I don't want to share too much. I don't know, you know, what I should or not. I don't know what his plans are, but he's working on some redevelopment ideas for the marina and TDR for maybe some marina slip rights. And so I think we're finally starting to see some energy, and it's time that we support that in some ways if we want to see the Bayfront redeveloped.
Well, thank you. That's a great report. I will add this. I visit the Lake Nona VA. For those of you that haven't seen the VA hospital in Lake Nona, what a tribute that is to the service of our armed forces, to our veterans. It's just a huge tribute for their service. And near there is an entertainment area. And I think that we could fulfill, that would be a sweet spot by the river. If you haven't visited, I especially you, Chandler, I'd love for you to go visit. It's across the way, but they even have a parking garage, and there is entertainment and outstanding restaurants in that whole little corridor there. And it doesn't take much. It doesn't take much. So it'd be something that we could really, I could see that in the Bayfront. So just to give them an idea of what would be the vision. But thank you. Your item number 2?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Last one. So I know previously I've gone kind of on the deep end in regards to moratoriums, and they're more of a short-term temporary solution. Mr. Stice mentioned something that I greatly appreciate him reminding me on, but we're updating our land development codes currently. And one thing that we can do is, you know, for commercial businesses specifically like car washes or self-storage, we can amend the land development codes on where we want those to be situated and whatnot. So just wanted council's consensus to work with staff specifically on this. I know the updating of the land development code is supposed to be September or in the fall. Let me just say fall. Okay. Okay, fall, possibly winter. So, but yeah, so that's where I'm at, Mayor.
Okay. Land development code should include, in my eyes, which we had an issue, not only convention centers should be included in those
Let's
codes.
add that to the topic.
Well, I think it was added.
It was, oh.
It wasn't part of that discussion until we
Recently,
amended the
okay.
land.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So I believe we have.
So, that's it.
Okay.
Yep.
So Deputy Mayor Jaffe. Oh, he left.
No, he didn't.
Where is he?
His stuff's still here.
Oh, yeah, I saw his stuff. Okay,
I
okay.
told you, I saw him with
Okay, yeah.
Steve Spears?
Yeah.
Mayor, I have no report, Mayor.
No report. So I just wanted the very first thing, we had an outstanding 4th of July, as previously mentioned. We had a lot of kudos online. It was so great. I think we counted 4 finales, right? It was just outstanding. People were commending the city for it. So kudos to our staff. And I get that the pool was empty, but I see all the efforts that you guys were working hard with the thousands of people. So really, thank you so much for everything you did. From law enforcement to our first responders to our firefighters. They're Johnny on the spot, as always. And then I'll close with this. Mr. Larry, he's not here, but he's given us 5 years of his life, and he's going into retirement. So Larry, if you hear me on the loudspeaker, you're probably in the restroom right now. Just wanted to say thank you so much, brother, for your devoted dedication to our city, and enjoy your retirement, sir. Let it be fruitful. May God bless you. And that concludes my reports. Mr. Morton.
Mayor, real quick, he had submitted 2 cards. Mr. Hook had submitted a public speaking card, and then I have one for his board report for Sustainability Advisory Board.
Stick out your hand, sir. That's the second one today.
No, I'm saying, I was gonna read this during public comments, but he ended up submitting a card during public comments.
As you were.
So,
All right.
I'll stick.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Doug Hook, Palm Bay Sustainability Advisory Board. It's been a while since I came up here and kind of given you all a rundown on what the Sustainability Advisory Board is focused on. We're welcoming 2 new members that you guys put on the board recently. They're getting up to speed. They're starting to bring up some new ideas. They're championing some new causes for us. So it's nice to see the board branching out into different areas that we typically have not been interested in before. So very much appreciate the new addition and the new blood to the board. We are exploring all sorts of new different subjects, such as energy efficient buildings, whether or not the city of Palm Bay can do a certification and recognition program for those businesses who do take on energy efficient and green certifications throughout their way. And we're also looking into different participations, or different participants who can help us kind of build and develop or expand a rain barrel program. There are different areas of our Brevard County that do rain barrel programs to help our citizens understand the importance of rainwater, recollecting and reusing all that water. But there's not a whole lot that goes on down here in Palm Bay. So we're trying to figure out ways to bring that program down our direction. One of the more exciting things that the board is working on right now is we have begun to make progress with the assistance of Republic Services on trying to develop a glass recycling program. The board has actually started to get really involved in that and found different pathways and different options that may be viable, and expect something to be presented to City Council in the relatively near future as the board continues to work on that as to whether or not we can create a glass recycling program. As Councilman Hammer has brought up in the past, this past weekend at the Lockmart Estates community, got out to Nemo Gardens, put some blood, sweat, and tears into that place. It is looking phenomenal. To my count, I was trying to do some mental math sitting in the audience last night. I think we cut down somewhere in the ballpark of 10 to 15 Brazilian peppers throughout that main area. I reached out to the community to make sure that they wanted me to speak for them. They did want to give a nice public thank you to Public Works Department. We had piles and piles of Brazilian pepper trees out there, some as tall as me. As you can imagine, cutting down 15 Brazilian peppers is not a small amount of debris. And Public Works was able to make it out there, clean up that debris so the neighborhood didn't have to look at those piles for any extended period of time. So the neighborhood wanted to give a big thank you to the Public Works Department on that. Lastly, I want to talk about what our next meeting is. As the proclamation this evening said, July 26th is Mangrove Day. The Sustainability Advisory Board has our meeting next Wednesday, the 22nd. During that meeting, we have a representative of MRC who is supposed to be coming out and talking more in depth on the importance of mangroves. My shirt goes to show how important mangroves are to me personally. So if anybody's interested in what the board is doing, again, I normally do this. I welcome you all to come join us the 22nd at 6 p.m. here in the City Council chambers. Thank you.
Thank you, and Doug, thank you so much for your hard work for our community. You should be commended for that.
Thank you, sir.
And even Councilman Hammer, thank you for taking the leadership to restore that community garden. I saw the passion in you, and you fulfilled that, man. So God bless you, Councilman Hammer. I really appreciate the hard work. And Doug, way to rally the troops around that, the board members. That's collaboration, and that's the community coming together, and I love to see that. So thank you so much.
And we would like to use this in the future as a kind of a guiding light as to what communities could do. So if there's other communities that are interested in this, feel free to reach out to the Sustainability Advisory Board. We'd like to explore different pocket parks that the community might be interested in kind of doing the same thing.
I love it. That definitely reads the hashtag Palm Bay Proud.
Yes, sir.
Really, really does. So thank you. I believe Councilman Hammer's trying to weigh in.
Yeah, I just want to go out there and say the community has been amazing out there. I mean, they are out there daily. They are out there not just keeping an eye on it, making sure it's not getting torn up. They've actually developed a schedule with the community on who goes over there and mows and weed eats. And they've got picnic tables that they've gone out and got through donations. They're doing so much out there. They actually got the water pump going, put like a hand pump on there. And I mean, they are just, I mean, there's a whole group chat, and everybody's put so much into it. I mean, I've put maybe 10 hours into it, but I mean, they're putting hundreds of hours into this place, and it's amazing. It's amazing the things they're doing. It's amazing what what they're going to continue to do. And with Doug's out there all the time naming things. We're seeing butterflies that you don't see in Palm Bay.
Man,
We're seeing insects that eat invasive plants. There's just so much going on out there that's amazing. Thank you, Doug. Thank you.
No, thank both of you. Really appreciate that. And tell the whole team, we really appreciate that.
I will certainly pass that along.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So, Mr. Morton, we're on reports.
Thank you. Just want to, remind everybody that as we've gone through building the budget, as we continue to look at the budget, as we continue to move forward into this next, we're getting close to starting a new fiscal year here pretty quick. We've not lost sight of our 5 pillars that are guiding those decisions, which is fiscal discipline, infrastructure planning, priority on public safety, creating economic momentum, and organizational reform. And I just want to really give a thanks to staff tonight, whether we're talking about Chief Spears and the tremendous organizational reform and new accountability he's driving in the police department. It has not been an easy few months, but he's embraced the work with eagerness and joy and a love of this community. I know he says he was born here. We know he all wasn't, but it's close enough, right? Whether it's finance, putting an ERP on, going through a major staff transition, balancing and creating multiple budgets. Our facilities folks, Greg and Steve, putting together and scraping together projects, keeping our community safe in our parks and our parks maintenance and maintaining those standards, and our human resources department dealing with manners of issues every day. Of course, procurement's being rebuilt from the ground up, as we know, and we are really grateful for David's time. Gabriel just won our first Golden Plunger Award from the city of Palm Bay. It's an amazing thing if you've not seen it. You need to see
What was
the
it, the
picture.
Golden Plunger Award?
It was a plunger spray painted gold on a pedestal for the utilities team. Again,
Way to go, Gabriel.
not just dealing with critical infrastructure failing issues that he came here from Texas to help us solve and has made tremendous progress. There's still a ton to be made, but also pulling off a feat of in 45 days, bringing a project that languished for 5 years. Kevin, the new guy, almost a year, rebuilding Public Works Department and morale and new fleet, but he wouldn't be able to do that without Christine, who was never allowed to go anywhere, and the amount of energy and effort they put in. Dennis has completely flipped code on its head. We've got rates of voluntary compliance and community engagement we've never had, and if you haven't noticed, whenever you guys have a problem, I say, let's talk to Dennis. He drives out, he meets with residents, he's our solver, he's our ombudsman, has done amazing, and Scott, as he keeps the billing department, I had to listen to a resident yesterday for literally 40 minutes. I couldn't get the man off the phone, telling me, and if you know Sultan, you know he loves to talk, and he wanted to tell me how great Scott was, and I could go on and on with our team. We just started our second light team the other day. It's going great. We're in session 2, and of course I have the privilege, true privilege, and I mean this, of working with the 2 finest city management professionals I ever have, in Brian and Jason. So we're going through a lot of change. Change is hard, and we're dealing with a lot of new infrastructure issues, new policies, new procedures, just change management in general. And so my credit to staff. I know when I was interviewed, I think the question came up, how do you think about change? And I said, if anyone tells you they love change, they're lying. Change is hard, even when it's good. And we've had a tremendous amount of change. And we all negotiate life and handle reality when we have anchors, right? And hopefully an anchor, Mayor, you were in the class, hopefully an anchor is truth, but another anchor is just general stability. And when we continue to have an never-ending sea of change, it takes away that stability. It adds anxiety. It lessens our capability, discourages some people, frankly. So they're keeping the morale high. I appreciate everything staff is doing. As we said, we will navigate the changes coming at us with professionalism as a team, as a group, and I have every confidence the city will continue to prosper regardless of what is thrown at us. So I just want to take a couple minutes to thank the team. Shifting gears, I think, Chief, you did issue a bolo and an arrest warrant for Larry, so let's get him back in here if we can. Just hopefully I'm not stepping out of my lane, but a big thank you to Sunrise Consulting and Andrew. He's been outstanding to work with his staff. I know our legislators did a phenomenal job this year delivering. Both Representative Miller and Senator Mayfield delivered tremendous packages with your work, Council. And I'd be remiss not to mention Congressman Herodopoulos. I just continue to be so impressed and so grateful to have him as a partner. He just continues. This man is busy, very busy, but he continues to go out of his way to make Palm Bay a priority, to make us a priority, to make communications with me a priority. I'm nobody, really, and I just so appreciate his attention and energy, and thank you for you guys fostering those relationships. Well, if you guys want to embarrass Larry, now's your time.
Yeah, Larry.
Introduce our Economic Development Director. I was doing business outside. I bet you were.
I told them you were in the head. I said you were in the restroom, Larry. Thank you for your... thank you for your dedicated service, brother. And I did mention for you to enjoy your retirement. Really appreciate that. Everything that you've done, everything you've sacrificed in serving our city. I know those countless hours, crunching numbers, and then with Angelica back there.
Leaving also, yeah.
Yeah. So, but right now, this is you. And we're thanking you as a council, as a body. We understand the sacrifice of what it is to serve our citizens, and we want to commend you and congratulate you on your retirement, brother.
Well,
So,
thank you very much.
God bless you.
Nice. Yeah. Thank you, Larry. Thank you, Larry.
Would you like to have any departing words? This is your last meeting.
You asked for it.
As you know, I do not like to get the spotlight put on me. I think you all know that. I enjoy that my staff, or let me rephrase that, my Palm Bay family, because they are my family, they're not staff. I enjoy that they get to come up here, they get to do the presentations, they get to meet you. When things go great, and they do their presentations, it's staff. They did it all. Excuse me, family, I apologize. When something goes wrong, it's me. That's been my philosophy since back when I was in the Air Force. So, and I've stuck with that, and I hope I served the city of Palm Bay. I tried as best I could, and I am very happy of the things that I have done. However, it's time to move on. I still have health. That by far is important, and I need to enjoy what years I have before I don't have that health. So, thank you.
Hoorah. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Morton, carry on. You had to make an introduction.
Yeah, no, sorry, I'm taking 20 minutes tonight, but would like to introduce, if Gretchen, if you wouldn't mind coming up and welcome her to our team as our new Economic Development Director. She brings a tremendous wealth of experience, industry connections, higher education connections. Rumor has it she's actually the one who created the Vertex thing that we all admire so much to this day. So if you want to just introduce yourself to the council and the community and tell us a little bit about your background, I think everyone would love to get to know you a little bit.
Absolutely. It's a privilege and an honor to speak to the council. I've been here in the Space Coast for 30 years, but in a lot of different roles in business development and public-private partnerships. I was the principal investigator to create what was then CAMID on a shoestring budget. I think we called it like the stone soup kind of way of building something that everybody stepped up. I think we can do more of that here. My roots are here in the Space Coast, and I think there's such an incredible opportunity here in the south part of the county to do something unique. And the team here in the city of Palm Bay has been absolutely amazing. I mean, in sitting in meetings, the professionalism and the strength and the way that you can say you're open for business, but you actually have to follow up with that, with intention, with professionalism, with consistency. And I'm really so honored to be part of this team. So I look forward to meeting with each of you individually and growing some really ambitious projects here, because we want people not just to live in Palm Bay, we want them to work in Palm Bay, we want them to eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner in Palm Bay. So, you know, all the things we can do to grow that, I'm really thrilled to be part of it, so. And I know we've been working for several decades as well, Mayor, so it's great to be back part of the team again.
Yeah, and just for the record, for those that don't know, I've known Gretchen from her days at FIT, and I had the honor of representing Congressman Bill Posey as Director of Military and Public Relations. And in that time, there was such a great, vibrant collaboration with FIT and Congressman Posey to bring federal contracting opportunities, contractors that knew how to do business with the federal government and show others the opportunity to actually do contracts with the federal government. And Gretchen, you were key to that with your FIT contacts and others at L3 Harris. Back then it was just Harris, of course.
Yep.
But it was a wonderful time, and I was quite pleased to find out that you came on board. I know that the contacts that you have is true, and you foster so many relationships in our community. So welcome aboard, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Look forward to what comes next.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hoorah. Mr. Morton?
And yeah, real quick, lastly, as I talk about change and transition, we are hiring a couple directors. And so I look forward to bringing some additional talent to the team, and we got help with our outgoing directors, bringing in some new folks. So you'll see some new faces in the next few months, and it's all part of the strategic reorganization and, of course, replacement of those who are departing. So with that, thank you so much.
Hoorah. Thank you, sir. Outstanding job. And thank you for highlighting the team. That was motivating. That was encouraging. It's kind of late, but you motivated me so much I feel like running half a mile. I'm not going to run the whole mile. Madam Attorney, no report. This meeting's adjourned.